Malise and chaos, Malise and chaos, Malise and chaos, Malise and chaos, Malise and chaos,
What's up,
Malise and
Misfits?
chaos, Malise and down, Malise and down, Malise and down, Malise and down, Malise and love, Malise and love, Malise and love, Malise and love.
Ooh, it's like it's going to the beat. Yo, Sarah, that was great timing. Melisande, 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 Melisande love, Melisande love, Melisande love, Melisande chaos, Melisande chaos, Melisande chaos. It's Melisande. Don't trust the fucking bot. Mel is and motherfucker. But hello, welcome. What's happening, Misfits? Happy Monday. Welcome to the start of your week. We're back at it. Day one, back to the VTuber factory. Are we up and running on this thing? Where's my tracking? Yeah. We in here? Yeah, it looks good. Hey, what's happening? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. I made myself another Shirley Temple. Can you hear that? I'm sorry in advance if this makes any of you suddenly need to pee. I apologize. Water flowing. Gotta go.
Piss.
Piss. Piss. How y'all doing today? How was your Sunday? Were any of you here last night? We had a little hang late last night. Day off in the Discord. We watched a movie super late, around 11 p.m. We got together and we watched Gamers 2 geeky movie in the Discord. You was for a little bit? Yeah, I saw you in there. I remember seeing you in there. Who else here? Yo, Mitchell, welcome. Anyone who was here before Mitchell, by the way, hello. I didn't see your name pop up. It's already scrolled up the page, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Nibos, welcome. Randall, welcome. Amelia, welcome. Tex, welcome. Myco Fauna, Mock Prime, Catalyst, Bangle. Board, welcome. Cybertronus. Hey, you're brand new. Welcome to my channel. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Minecraft Hellhound, Smaug, and Iron God. Am I still looking to the right? What's going on with my calibration right now? How about now? Does that look better? Does that look like I'm looking at you? Am I making eye contact? Am I making a sufficient amount of eye contact? Am I making too much eye contact? Hello. I see you. I see through you. I can see inside you. I see inside you. Who else is here? Graph, welcome.
Return to the waking sands.
Oh, Cybertronus, you were the one with the 3 words. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I answered you. I just didn't say hello. I didn't realize you were brand new. Welcome to my channel. Oof. User, welcome. Psycher, welcome. Who else is here? Moonshroom, Prototype of Mars, Pokemon Master Tier.
Cordo 100.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for the bits. Warrior of Derek, Aura, Wags, just wandered in. Luke, Sote, Dweke, Zero, Project Gecko, Tim, Slade, Panda. Hey, Panda. Not gonna lie, I wish her and Family Jewels made an entire Melisande metal album. Yo, that was like all his composition and my and just my like oversight. I don't know if I've got the brain power to make an entire metal album, but honestly, you know what I think about? I do think about like how cool it'll be to be able to like remix it in the future. You know? Like either come up with something new that that kind of fits into the aesthetic because it's like a new outfit or a new model or something, or get another artist, like if another musician kind of like remixes, kind of like the stuff that that like Daryl used to do for Cinder back in the day. I know it's a bit of a sore spot for her, but like I loved that, being able to have like a brand, like a jingle that people recognized and reinterpreted into new things. Kind of like what Apex does, how you've got that same exact kind of like recognizable motif and you just continue to iterate on it and try new things. I think it'd be really cool to do stuff like that, even if it's just for like a future model debut where we do like a remix, new interpretation of the track or something. Could be really fun. Connor, welcome. Wyatt, welcome. Acnologia, welcome. Avalon Constant, hey, welcome to my channel. How's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. The intro is so good. Let's go. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Family Jules is amazing. Completely blessed that he decided to hop in with me. Again, Zarius Archie, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thanks for the tier 1. Handsome One, welcome. Racker, welcome. Arctic Phoenix, Sylvie May, hello. Hey there, hottie. Ooh, you must be looking in a mirror. Lana Killa, welcome. Anubis, welcome. Morning Demon, Bob Person, Elrond, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. Elrond, let's go. Piss. That's what they said. I'm just repeating it back. Piss. Rowdy Retro Moose, welcome. Iser, welcome. Minecraft Hellhound, highlighting messages there. I was gonna say hi again, but I said hi to you already. Hello again. There, you get 2. MG, Checkmate, Lorender, welcome. Sylvie, that is, that feels like a one-sided trade. I'm not gonna lie, that feels like a very one-sided trade. I feel like I know what's going on there. I think you're trying to put one over on me. Wolfenstinger, welcome. Anger, welcome. Me Suhikage, welcome, welcome. Casey, hello, Miss Nightwalker. Sorry I can't stay. Hey, you know what? You came by and said hey, and I appreciate that. So I hope you have a great night, Casey. Gisherson, welcome. Donut Fries with a first-time sub for tier 1. Thank you.
Oh boy. Final Fantasy, where you can summon Kirin, Carbuncle, Melisande, Bahamut, Bahamut X, Big Obada and Bahamut, Bahamut Legends, Bahamut Fall 2, Bahamut VT, Bahamut Tier 3, and finally Bahamut Melisande III.
Yep, in before Melisande is the latest summon in a Final Fantasy game. I'm using my materia to summon Melisande. And I show up and I'm like, I'm here. What the, who the fuck? Who am I fucking up? You? I'm fucking up you? I'm gonna fuck you up! And then, you know, I win the fight for you because I do like Sephiroth flashback levels of damage. Magnus, welcome. You lost your streak. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? How did it happen? Hayuito. Welcome. That is a name. Huito. Welcome, welcome. Ryoko, what's up? Brayden, welcome. Been meaning to ask you this. Please say you have somewhat new streaming PC. Hey, 009 Raiden, I have a question. Why are you asking if I have a somewhat new streaming PC? What do you know? How fucked am I? Tell me. What does that mean? I'm scared. Frantically going over to double check the price of the latest graphics cards. Hey, hoo-hoo. How much are they? Oh no. Ghosty Grim, welcome. Mr. Bolodenko, welcome. I fucked up my spine by simply existing in an upright position, but otherwise I'm great. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I hope it feels better. Take it easy. Lie down on your back on the floor or something. I don't know if that helps or hurts you. Get some rest. Take care of yourself. Yes, you can. 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 Quick question. If you were to do an ASMR stream, when kind would you do? A tomboy or yandere or childhood best friend? I have no idea. I have no clue. I've never considered doing ASMR. I don't know if I want that attention. I know for some people that ends up being like a big channel boost for them, but it's also like, I don't know if it's the kind of attention I want. I don't know if I want that kind of attention. I'm not going to lie. Final Park, what's up? It's 11:30 where I am, and I have PT tomorrow morning. Hey, good for you. I'm proud of you. Good for you for getting PT. I hope you're kicking ass in there. Lord Zenos, welcome. Raziel Tony, welcome. Normplant Thanatos. Metal Zand is such a great name. I like that. Alex Rocketjet, what's happening? Hello, Mel, Caramel, Marshmallow, Watermelon. Yeah, right. I'll let you get away with that one. You get to live for now. AJ, what's happening? Hikari, hey, it's been a minute. Thank you for the tier 3. What the shit? Yo, tier 3 sub, thank you. Thank you for the 31 months. I know I listen to your message, but I don't process the sub sometimes until I get to it, like in the chat. So thank you. Yes, you can. 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 You already asked that, Minecraft. Wangan, this is me. These are my fists. They are going in your ass. I'm going to feed you your own asshole. I land and I'm like, and I'm like, I am going to make you eat your feet. I'm shoving your legs down your throat and it won't be fun. And then I win the fight. Eat your feet. What is the one from the Omni-Man versus Homelander death battle? He's like, I'm going to feed you your own heart before the end of this fight. I think it's that. I think that's what he says. I'm going to feed you your own heart. Hey, Corpse Puppeteer, what's happening? Summons Melazan. Just summons a potato wearing a Melazan wig. But when you throw it, it instantly KOs any enemy it hits. Hell yes. Have a good night, iUser. I like that people show up just to say hey, even if they're going somewhere. I appreciate that. Think, Mel, what will you have after 500 years? Well, you know what I'll have after 10,000 years? I'll be free! And it'll be time to conquer Earth! Deranged Dan, welcome. Ram's actually down a little because of OpenAI because OpenAI said just kidding to wanting to buy 40% of the chips on Earth. So here's the thing. I bought, I got to turn this up a little bit. This is like hip hop history right now. Oh my God, this is like one of the best tracks ever. I have RAM. Right now, I've got 64 gigs of RAM in my gaming PC, and those 64 gigs are going to go to the new streaming PC. And because I'm an idiot, at a high price, I bought another RAM kit in the past like couple of months. It was already like fucking insane, and I don't know, I must have been drunk that night or something. But I have another RAM kit for the new gaming PC. So I have RAM. I'm set on RAM. RAM is fine. I just need a graphics card and a power supply. Power supply is easy. I need the graphics card, and I'm struggling because I want a good one, and the great ones are fucking insane. New York, North Kakalaka, and Compton. Google also got their AI algorithm to require less RAM by a factor of 6x. Hopefully that helps, man. Hopefully that helps. It just means that I got fucking gouged, potentially. Do the video to us and you tell me, yo, what's the scenario? And now for the weirdest verse in the whole track. I know, I probably got screwed on price. I was worried. Also, I thought I was going to be putting together a PC faster. I had some offers of help, and it fell through, so I'm kind of just sitting on like half a computer right now, and I'm waiting to figure out the graphics card part. Who else is here? Mock Stupid! Welcome, welcome. Wall FFX, welcome. Wait! It's Q-tip time. Yo, the smoothest bars, I swear to God. Bust a bus! Sorry, we just have to listen to the rest of this. I'm sorry. Yo, come on. Power impact. Boom. Yo, my man, motherfucker. Yo, all right. Had to hear the last two verses of that track are fucking legendary. Ari, what's happening? How are you? Hello, hello, my dear. It's good to see you. Silver Fobbit, welcome. In before she gets mommy's hand after 7.5 minutes of an ASR stream. No, I don't know. I don't think it would be fun. I think it'd be weird to do ASMR. I wouldn't know what to do either. I don't want to do like, I wouldn't want to do like, I don't know. Here's my thing. I also think that if I did ASMR, like my sense of humor would get in the way too much. Like everything I do lore-wise goes through the filter of my sense of humor. And so I feel like if I did ASMR, like some people would be showing up wanting to be sexy and it would just be like weird. It'd be like weird and funny. You know, like I'd be in there and I'd be like crawling into bed and, you know, sliding up next to you under the covers. And then I'd be like, what? Wait, when was the last time you cleaned your sheets? What the oh God, it's like musty in here. Can we switch sides? I'm getting uncomfortable. And it would get like weird. The whole thing would get weird. There's like crumbs in here. Are you eating in bed? What the fuck is wrong with you? No, it's not sexy. No, hang on. Turn the lights on. Comments about ice cold hands and feet. Yeah, right. Oh God, your hands are like swamps. Yo, Claro, what are you doing? You woke up. Good morning. I saw you last night. We watched you sleep in Discord a little. I came in the Discord and I'm like, Claro's in here. Claro is asleep. Also, Donut Fries Zero, welcome to my channel. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's good to see you. I really appreciate you finding me. I hope you have fun here. Chung Sarapa, welcome. Derivas also, yo, welcome to my channel. How's it going? Yo, we love New Misfits here. Thank you so much for finding me. I hope you're having fun. Go, you're missing your colors. You're just aqua. What's happening? Lexi, welcome. Inertia, welcome. My current favorite oops you pissed off LFL line is, I regret to inform you that your free trial of having shins has expired. When I was a rogue, a gnome rogue for a minute in World of Warcraft, Zuffins made my guild comment something like tiny daggers for stabbing ankles. V Straken, welcome. Solaris, welcome. Welcome. Mr. Canadian, welcome. That soulless bro, welcome. Gemini Leah, welcome. Insanely flatulent, welcome. And again, Claro, sorry. Shadow Eagle, Zuffins, Claro. Who the fuck is Claro? Do you actually get an ASM response? Ari, I don't know. Sometimes, but like it only really certain things. I think I used to get an ASM response from like certain items. Like I remember listening to someone's ASMR channel where they were brushing the mic with like a brush or something and it made a sound that gave me chills. Voices don't usually do it, but if it's the right kind of whisper, it can do it. My problem is that I think there's like what do you call it? There's kind of like a power creep to ASMR where like a lot of people use it for specifically like sexy, either like girlfriend experience or gooning stuff. Whereas for some people, it's just like a thing where they get that that they get like the chills. And they're like, ooh, that's nice. And I've gotten that from stuff where they're just like playing with a hairbrush or something. I think it can be really fun. And if it's like the right kind of whisper, there's like a certain type of whisper that gets like in the right part of my ear that it gives me chills. But I feel like lately when I've like clicked into ASMR streams, I just hear them slurping. Do you guys notice that? And hey, listen, I'm not judging you. If you're into that, rock on. But a lot of the time I just hear them like licking and slurping, and I hear mouth noise, which like as a voice actor drives me crazy. So instead of just hearing whispering, I'm hearing like, I'm doing an exaggerated version, but it's just like so much mouth noise
Well, look at
And
you.
then
You
I don't know,
suck.
that just kind of honestly grosses me out. Like it gives me the Ghiblies. I'm like, no, stop it. Ugh, no way. No, thank you. And like, there's always going to be some amount of mouth noise, you know, like I can hear a lot of people's mouth, like when they talk, like I'm used to that sound. I make that sound. I eat on stream, but like it's whole other level when it's on an ASMR microphone and you're hearing like every little like saliva pop on the inside of the mouth. I don't know, that does not spark joy for me. Neon, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, you got it. Neon Deadstep and No Life. Welcome. I think I know the words that gives Melly the good chills. Your OBS is well optimized and running flawlessly. Ooh, oh, that felt great. Say it again. Slurping ASMR is a nope for me. Yeah, and I've heard some people where like, I swear to God, it's like I'm licking the inside of your ear ASMR the entire time. And like, there's enough people watching that clearly there's an audience for that. I am just not one of them. I am not the target demographic for that. Your bitrate is at 10,000 and 0 drop frames. Ooh. ASMR as the content genre is mostly just a space for acceptable role play. Statistically, most people don't even get ASMR. Yeah, and I think that's the difference. The Slurpees I don't like. The role play I don't really like either because like I don't know, maybe I get too analytical about it. Also, did I thank you, Lexi? Lexi, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the 3 months. You know, like, because then I think I get analytical about it where it's like you're being interrogated by the police, but they're like in your ear and they're like, listen, I know that you were there and I want you to tell me what happened. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm sorry. Am I at the police station and they're like crossing sexual boundaries with me during the interrogation? I'm like, I guess if I wanted to like role play like it's the sexy cop, but I'm like, I don't know if this contextually makes sense. I've seen other ones where they're like, it's like an ear cleaning, which is, I guess, easy because the microphone has 2 little ears on it. So like, I'm going to clean your ears. They just use a Q-tip on the microphone. I fucking hate that. I don't want that. I don't want to hear about anyone's wax. I saw one that was like, I clicked into one for like 3 seconds where it's like, you're at the dentist. And I'm like, no, get this the fuck out of here. I think I was fine when it was just like running your nails over something and being like, that sounds nice. Because that's what a lot of early ASMR was. You guys remember? It was literally, and it was always the same thing. It would literally just be like, running their nails over something. They'd be like, ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that's really nice. I like that. That's nice. Ooh, that's nice. And that was like the whole thing. I was fine with that. I didn't need more than that. I don't need the role play. I'm fine with, ooh, that's nice. And then a cool sound that makes me go, ee. Makes me go, ugh. Ooh, that's nice. That's what they always do. They act like, they've prepped this, but they're acting like they're discovering it for the first time. So they're grabbing that makeup brush they've definitely used in 4 other videos. And they're like, ooh, that's nice. And I'm like, who are we kidding here? But it still was nice. It was in fact nice. Ooh, that's nice. Do you get ASMR response or ASM responses from, I guess ASMR response is redundant. You get ASM responses from haircuts? No, I don't. You do? Ooh, interesting. Can I tell you something though? I don't get an ASM response, but I think having your hair washed is like one of the nicest, most like intimate things ever. Like, I don't get any ideas, right? Like, I'm a fucking mature adult who understands boundaries, right? But like, when I go to get my hair done at a salon and they wash my hair, I'm like, oh, I could live here forever. This is the best. This is the best feeling ever. And it's not an ASM response. It's just like the deepest level of relaxation. You know, I'm just like, ha, 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 ha. And they're like, okay, let's walk you over. I'm like, no, 5 more minutes, please. Please more. Please more. Oh my gosh. And also, I think there's something about you know how a lot of, if you've been to a hair salon, you know how like those hair washing bowls, they have like a little cutout for your neck? There's like a little groove that your neck goes in. I don't know. It hits right for me. Something about the place that groove sits on your neck feels nice. It's just a really nice place that my head rests. I like that whole experience. Best way to melt hardest to wash her hair. Got it. Yes, I'm like the reverse Samson. Don't shave my head. Wash my hair. I think that hair is just like a really underrated. I don't know. The people who know, but like hair is a really, like the scalp is a really underrated, like almost like erogenous zone. That's why they make those things. I'm going to go get one right now so I can do it while I'm talking about it. They make those things that have like the wires that go over the top of your head and run like the little balls over your head in every direction. Have you seen those things? It's like a little spider, a little metal wire spider on the end of like a little handle, and it's got little balls on the end, and you put it right down the top of your head, and it just it feels really good when you do it. The top of your head has so many nerves, and it feels really nice to massage. This is like the best thing ever. I almost never use it, but when I do, I'm like, oh. Why don't I use this more often? This is like the best massager ever. It's just pure joy for like $5. He. Okay, anyway. Dark Shade, what's happening? First thing I register about someone is their hairstyle. Can I tell you something? I don't love where my hair is at right now. It's fine. It's fine. I got it cut short for TwitchCon, and it had a really cool kind of like boyish look to it. Now it's kind of in like a weird, awkward in between where like I should get it done again and like at least like fix it a little bit. You know, like as you're growing your hair out, you kind of want to go in every handful of months just to have them like tidy it up and make sure that it's looking good where it's at now. A lot of places are expensive, like women, like salons in general, women's hair cutting in general has like a humongous fucking pink tax on it. It's just really expensive to get your hair done, especially as a girl. I changed my hairstyle a few years ago and it completely changed me as a person. Changing your hairstyle is dangerous. Wait, tell me more. What changed about you as a person? Tell me the story. Or at least give me a little bit. Give me a little more. I don't know. The other weird thing is like, and part of this is like living in California. And listen, I don't mind this. Because like I fall under the LGBTQ plus umbrella. It's not uncommon, like especially in like liberal states, that people want to make sure that they're being really respectful of pronouns and stuff. But I noticed since cutting my hair short, I think I said this the other day, I've noticed since cutting my hair short, I've had vastly more experiences where people introduce themselves to me and they go like, what are your pronouns, by the way? Which you shouldn't ask somebody. Like, if you're going to do the whole thing where, like, we all go around the circle and, like, introduce ourselves and say our pronouns, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can do that. That's fine. You know, I don't do that by default. It's not, like, really my thing. I don't care a lot. But, like, well, I don't mind doing it. It's fine. But when people ask you, all that does is put me in my head. I'm like, what did I do? Did I change something? Do I look weird? Weird is like a problematic thing to say. But I'm like, wait, that doesn't usually happen. Why are you asking me? I'm like, what did you see? What are you seeing that's making now, this month of all months, you're like, everyone is deciding that they need to know my pronouns? I'm like, what did I change? This wasn't happening a few months ago. And I think it's because I cut my hair short. And like, obviously I've always had short hair here, but I've had longer hair. I've had longer hair IRL. And so I think it's because I've cut my hair short that now I'm like, between that and my usual way of dressing, which is just like tank tops and shorts or something, like I think I look a little bit more like gender ambiguous, whereas like people tend to associate longer hair with feminine. So now people are asking, and I'm like, but it gets you in your head if you don't usually experience it, and it's not something that you like if you're usually like someone that people look and they like, if they were to guess, they'd guess right to your identity or whatever. Like it's when you start getting asked it out of nowhere, I'm like, whoa. I'm like, is there something on my face? What has inspired this now of all times? I'm like, am I wearing something that is this? Oh shit, I put the plaid shirt on. It's because I wore the plaid shirt out. I don't know, I'm making this like it's, you know what I'm saying? I'm teasing about the plaid, by the way. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? No hate on the plaid shirts. I'm just... Was I leaning too far into my anime boy voice? Were we talking at a party? But the whole time I was talking like this. I'm like, wow, it's really nice to meet you, so-and-so. Yeah, no, I'm a VTuber. It's just the change. It's like the pattern change that makes me go like, wait, what happened? What did I do? Did I do something different? What are you seeing? Sorry, I missed a couple of messages. Let me scroll up real quick. Mel's ASMR would be her changing an oil filter and occasionally swearing. Wait, I saw a message I wanted to read and now I've lost it. Sorry, I needed to put away groceries and condense last chat. Long story short, reason I asked about your streaming PC was because fellow VA VTuber Monarch, yeah, Amma has a near 10-year-old PC and refuses to switch because it sounds like her YouTube profile, Leon Lee. Wait, I'm confused. Why she doesn't want to switch from a 10-year-old PC because the existing one sounds like her account Leon Lee? The case is a Leon Lee. Do they not make cases anymore? Does it say the name on the PC case? What? Get over it. Oh, Amanda, what are you doing? Amma! Update your damn PC! You might be less scuff if you are not on a decade-old PC. Good Lord. It's an extreme custom job, is it? Yeah, just cannibalize the case. Yeah, put new pieces into the fucking case. Keep the case. Put in a new board. I'm sure it's because, okay, listen, I'm sure Amma's probably not, I'm assuming Amma's not doing her own build. So maybe she's like, well, what But if I get a new PC, like it's going to be in a new case because it's going to be like custom built from the ground up versus like fuck it. All right, I'm going to come over. We're going to take your fucking PC apart. We're going to put new parts in it. We're going to get it working. You're going to be fine. If I knew her better, I'd be over there. We know each other, just not super well. So I'd be like, if I knew her better, I'd be like, all right, fuck you. I'm coming over. I'm taking your PC apart. We're gonna get it upgraded. You can keep your case. That's true. That's true. If it's a small enough case, it might not fit current GPUs. No, that's a good no, because I think my current gaming PC case wouldn't support like a 5090 if I got one. I don't think it would fit. I think I need my new case for at least a couple of the 50 series. I redid my entire wardrobe and renovated my rooms. Ari, that might just be a you thing. You strike me as analytical, left-brained, neurotic, with love, because I adore you. That might just be a you thing, being like, my hair is different. I need all new clothes. My clothes are different. I need a new dresser. The dresser doesn't fit with the current room. I'm repainting my room. I feel like that could be a you thing. I don't know if that would happen to me. But I love that for you. I redid my whole room because I changed my hair is wild. I love it. I love it. By the way, I was watching clips from your set. I love how physical you get during that set. I immediately linked it to like 5 people. I'm like, look at this. I gotta get a 3D model at some point. Not neurotic. I'll have you know I'm very much mentally thriving. Yeah. Neurodivergent, I will agree. Okay, fair. That's fair. I was linking your set to a bunch of people, like some of the clips from it, because I'm like, I'm in awe of how physical you can be with that model. I love it so much. It makes me want to get a 3D model so I can be physical. I'm like, you can see all the things you're doing with your arms and hands while you're dancing. Then you started giving finger guns and it was cute. I want to give finger guns and have people see it. I would like music. Let's keep going. Actually, give me some Ren, actually. If we're staying in the hip hop world. Can we get some Starry Night? That would be cool. Yeah, you got it, Sote. I feel like there's a judgment on how long I'm going to be chatting. We're gonna get into 14 soon. Don't you worry. If I don't like the music I play, then what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, goddamn right. Goddamn right. Hey, Yoon, how's it going? See, that's the thing. That's why I kind of see. On one hand, you'd all get to see how like bad a dancer I am with my fucking like Mass Effect Shepherd dance. But if I were a 3D model, man, you'd see me moving my arms, my shoulders while I'm bouncing to my music. It would be very fun to actually be like physically, like 1-to-1 matching my body while we're hanging out. It would look funny. It would probably mostly just look funny and I'd look like a dork. See, because then my thing would be like, it's already one thing to have VTubers bouncing to music. This would be like, yeah, Mel starts stream and then she's like just weirdly taking dance breaks while she's talking. She already did it, but now it's even more apparent now that we see her entire body dancing. In my head canon, you speak very Italian. What? What does that have to do with it? I don't do accents that well. Mamma mia. All right, we're going to continue our main story quest tonight. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, misfits. I can't do Italian. I am Italian, but I can't do Italian. Would you still love me if I had an Italian accent? Would you still love me if I was more New York than I am now? Would you love me if I sounded like Miss Lala all the time? And I led with my New York accent. Yo, Claro, do it. No. I feel like I get more, I feel like you hear my New Yorker come out when I'm upset about something, you know? Because I feel like a lot of the time when I talk, I tend to be I feel like I'm very neutral a lot. I mean, I'm a little nasal, which isn't an accent, but like, I get neutral a lot. But then when I'm upset, that's when I'm like, oh, this fucking game, this stupid piece of shit, cocksucking, this clown car of a game, fucking developers have never coded jack shit in their life. Like, suddenly a completely different Mel comes out, I'm spitting across the screen. We need more of that, Mel. It comes out when Buscarone shows up. Oh, God, I hope we get to see him again. Can I do Russian? Not really. Russian. No, I don't do accents. Fuck me. I want to learn. Because I admire like folks that are really good at it. Like when I hear Cottontail switch in and out of stuff, I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta learn. A lot of it is also self-consciousness, and I feel like as you get better at it, it probably becomes easier to show off. You know, like I get very, like even when I can do it a little bit, then if I'm like, I'm gonna show you, I like half-ass it because I'm self-conscious and I feel like I'm gonna look stupid. You know? You can teach me an accent. What accent will you teach me? You want me to do a Chinese accent. How's that going to go for me on stream? Is that going to go well for me? Surely. I've taught myself to do some of those jokes as American as humanly possible because I don't want to offend anyone. But I like a lot of those. I like a lot of content creators that make humor out of that accent, you know? Which is why when I was doing like when Shion does the like you gotta be, she's doing it sounding like her parents. And I'm just doing the most American possible like you gotta be. You know what B stands for? B stands for failure. I'm like, I'm just doing it. I'm sticking American for that joke. I'm not following you down that road. Let's see Mel take a spin at a Spanish accent. You are Asian, not Bijan.
Yes, so stupid.
What do I know about Spanish accent? I know that the sound becomes an sound. I know that the sound becomes an sound and the sound becomes an sound. But I probably would sound like an asshole trying. So you would, like the and the like a lot of that becomes so you'd be like, you can mimic, you'd be like, you can mimic the hidden methods an accent has, would be like, you can mimic the hidden methods the accent has. Instead of z, it would be like an S, like a soft S. So, and I'm sorry, it sounds so stupid. It'd be like, you can mimic the hidden methods an accent has, or something. I don't know. I'm self-conscious now. I feel like I sound like an idiot. I've wanted to play with Spanish accents. Get my Inigo Montoya on. The hidden methods an accent has, or something. I don't know. Fuck you. I don't know. I don't know. I have a cheat sheet for it too. I spent some time working with it the other day, and I went through a whole thing. I went through a whole thing. What about German or Indian? In the current social climate, I probably can't get away with Indian. German I probably could get away with, but I don't know how to do it. Probably can't get away with any kind of Asian, East or South. German you probably could get away with, like anything European. Spanish is an interesting one because there is a lot of like places, especially in South America, there's a lot of POC cultures associated with Spanish, but there's also Spaniards who are white. So like Spanish is one that you have a little bit of flexibility on depending on the dialect you're doing. So Spanish is a fun one. I always wonder about New York because I've had things asked for New York and I'm like, but from where, right? Like if I do myself, are they going to be like, this sounds weird? Like, are they looking for a specific like SAG-AFTRA approved New York dialect versus like me coming in with my own fucking, like, this is just me. I'm just being a New Yorker, you know? Was it not New York enough for you? I'm sorry. Fuck you. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't help you there. You know, versus like, no, we were expecting it to sound like this. You know, we were expecting more Washington Heights. You came in with Brooklyn, you know, like. God, it would feel weird learning like another caricature of a New York if they're like, well, this is what Bronx sounds like. That would be weird to me because that's like my home. You know, so I'm like, I just want to do me. I don't want to give you some like caricature, like a New Yorker doing a caricaturized version of a New Yorker. That's just like looking in a mirror with a mirror behind you and then it like creates a tunnel of mirrors. Like, that's weird. That's fucking weird. The Drost effect. Drost effect. Proshnost. It's like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck doing bad Boston accents despite having real Boston accents. Well, it worked out for them. I hate that. But if it worked for them, then great. Yo, Conman, welcome to my channel. How's it going? Well, okay, and by the way, just so I can like for clarity, when I'm like, I don't think I could get away with it. I mean that because like it is something that we've become more sensitive to and more respectful of over the last, say, 10 years. Because like all of us, a lot of us, especially like people who are closer to my age, like we all grew up with The Simpsons with like Hank Azaria doing every fucking accent on the planet. And so yeah, like I grew up mimicking everybody. Mimicking Canadian, mimicking English, mimicking Indian, mimicking Chinese, because it was like, that was just like cartoon voices, you know? Then you get World of Warcraft in 2004 where they're like, the trolls are Jamaican. And you're like, okay, I like the trolls. I play World of Warcraft. I'm on the Horde side. So you're doing Jamaican accents all the time as like a white Italian girl from Brooklyn. And only now it's like, okay, let's avoid that one. We've now come to learn that that's a little disrespectful. So we carry ourselves with a little bit more grace. We try to portray those roles more honestly. You can ask Nags for New Yorker accent lessons because he can't get out of it to save his life. That also probably means he can't teach it, honestly. Like, if he lives in it that thoroughly, he probably can't teach it. I love the way he speaks, though. I like his accent. I think it's fun. I like listening to all different flavors of New Yorkers because and I also have like an affinity for other New York streamers. It's like I like listening to Nags. I like hearing like the little moments of it that it comes out in Giga's voice. I love listening to Lala's voice. Lala's got that really classic, like, especially with like a little texture in it. She's got like that kind of thing going on that I can't mimic, but I fucking love it. She sounds great. She's got a little texture in her voice when she talks. And it's so charming. Says the girl with texture in her voice, but you know what I mean. She's got a great voice. How good is your British? Terrible. Terrible. Ugh, that's a big thing with Blizzard. I've taken classes with their casting director. Here's a little tip for free. A lot of fantasy. For a lot of fantasy, like you've got your, like dwarves or Scottish and shit like that, but a lot of fantasy, and especially at Blizzard, they're like, you need to be able to do at least a mid-Atlantic, like Jedi, like mid-Atlantic, if not RP British, to do fantasy. Like that's the, like you need to, at the very bare minimum, soften your R's, and be able to do like a little bit of that, Did you know you get a free Twitch sub with Amazon Prime? Turn your As into Oz. I guess you wouldn't do that with Amazon though, because it's a proper name. An easy and cost-free way to throw me some love. Off I go then. A little bit of that. Like just get a little bit of flavor and especially soften your R's. Like that's the biggest thing. Like if she catches you like, ing your way through lines, it's, that's not going to work. There are some exceptions though, like the orcs are American. Some of the ethereals are American. But a lot of the other characters are all, like a lot of especially the human characters are all English. The blood elves, the elves are all English. Some variation of English or mid-Atlantic. There's two versions of mid-Atlantic. The one that we usually say when we say mid-Atlantic is like Jedi speak. Like, because there's the version of mid-Atlantic from back in the day, which is like that like movie, that I can't do it, but that like, movie star language, that like fake, like I'm aristocratic society kind of thing. But like a lot of time when we say mid-Atlantic now, we just mean something that's like not quite like RP English. And it's more of like that sort of like that like heightened in the middle. You soften your R's a little bit and you just make it sound like heightened and fancy and like elevated and it kind of just makes you sound a little bit like a Jedi. A Jedi instead of a Jedi. I instead of I. Shit like that. Like you soften it a little bit and it becomes like you become a Jedi basically. and that works for a lot of things, honestly. Yo, no worries. Have a good night, Sylvie. Thank you for hanging out with me. You can do an Alec Guinness? Nice. Square gets a lot of VAs from English. Well, that's the other thing, is a lot of games will just hire English actors. But you have half a chance of getting in if you can do an English accent. But like a lot of things, like, a lot of games, if they really want an English cast, especially if they're union, they're just going to hire English actors. But there's always exceptions. I mean, the way I look at it also is like, look at the number of English actors that play Americans. And part of that is also because like it's in their curriculum more. Like it's a lot, it's expensive. It's prohibitive, it's expensive. I'm not here to say it's easy, but it's more acceptable in England to pursue the arts as a profession, whereas there is a sentiment in a lot of the United States that it's like a supreme luxury job that like you should just fucking go get a real job. asshole, you know? And so I think for that reason, it's much more common that English actors get much, much, much more extensive training, like broadly speaking. And it's harder to get. Not impossible. I got a pretty good training, but it's more common to get a much more broad, like, performance training in England, I believe. Yeah, Hugh Laurie, Andrew Garfield, fucking Tom Holland, fucking, like, how many times have you seen an interview with an actor who you were like 900% sure was an American and played an American on television or in a movie, and then they open their mouth and you're like, wait, what? And they're English? There's like a pipeline. They've taken all our jobs. I'm kidding. Random Mel, do you stand when doing voice work? Yes. I've been using my desk in stand mode for the first time in a while, and I feel like I kind of have more access to my voice. You do. You free up your diaphragm and your upper body, so you have more power that you can access, but also more nuance. I will say this, though. Certain times, like contextually, I can find posture can help. So sometimes I have this little table in front of me in my booth, and if I'm like leaning in to threaten someone sometimes, I will like lean on the table. So I'm putting myself in a slightly hunched position because it feels more like physically accurate to what I'd be doing in the scene. Like I put my elbow down and I'm like, listen, we both know you're not going to get out of here alive. So why don't you just make a deal with us? Give us something to go on. You know, like you're doing that film read, you're like close up, it's like the camera's right down your nostril, you're whispering half your lines. I've leaned for that, I've sat for stuff like that. But a lot of lines where you're doing more of like a theatrical read, where you're like, you know, I'm using my full presence to say, you know, you interloper, you dare cross through this, through this archway and challenge my people. You know, that you want to be on your feet because you're doing theater. It's like theatrical acting. Like you got to get your whole body into it or it's going to sound weird. It's just going to sound, something's going to feel wrong, you know? I know some actors that sit though. I think Bob Bergen, I know, who does like Porky Pig and a bunch of the Looney Tunes. Like he's like famously like sits through all of his work and he does fine. But generally you're trained to stand. You're not only trained to stand, you're trained to like have your hands up. You like speak with your hands, use your physicality while you're talking. You should be using your whole body to physicalize so that it all comes, because all of that comes through. Because the mic only captures the sound, but it's also capturing like all the intention behind it and the physicality. Like it comes out in little nuances in your voice that like you'll hear it. Like I've listened to people's recordings where I'm like, I feel like they're lying down. They're like, this is so flat. There's no dynamics to this. JK, welcome. Angelo, welcome. Frosty Weary Gamer, welcome. Final Boss Live, welcome. Jared Cottle, welcome. Anyone else that's joined in the meantime, Angel of Death, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I had something recently that wanted me to do a Spanish, and it was hard. I did my best, I tried, but it was hard. I want to learn, though. I do want to learn. I think the thing is, I'm going to get a little vulnerable for a second. Like, I think the thing is, like, I get in my head because I don't get to do a lot. And, like, you know, so says every actor. Like, you always want to do more. Right? And so I know that I've had moments where I'm like, by the way, this is totally my self-esteem talking. You know, like, I've had moments where I'm like, if I can't fucking book with my normal voice, what's the point of like putting sauce on it? What's the point in putting some sprinkles on it? You know, like how's that going to help me? But like, I know that that's a fallacy, right? Like there's no reason not to learn as much as you can and broaden your tool set. So like, I know, and it's something I want to do. I want to put, when I have more time and money, I want to put time into learning accents. And because it's only going to create more opportunities for you. I think I get caught in that like negative feedback loop of like, what's the point? Let's work on my own voice first before I try to like record and book something where I like it's Mel but Welsh, you know, like, but there's no reason not to, you know. Anyway, yeah. So it's on my list. It's on my list of stuff that I want to get better at and have wanted to for a while. Melsh. I love that two of you immediately went to Melsh. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, all the Melsh, all the Melsh. All right. You want to play some video games? Whoa! What am I listening to right now? Tom McDonald, Brainwashed. I'm done with this track. Let's go over to... Give me something else. Are we switching off hip hop? Just while we load in. Let's switch into there we go. All right, let me get Final Fantasy loaded up and we will do a little questing. See if we can further our mission a little bit. This is the Monday stream, which of course means that it's the Final Fantasy stream. Can we get at least to level 30 main story quest? Desperately trying to find our way through A Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy XIV Online. Desperate questing. Quest sprint desting. I knew someone was going to do that. I immediately thought too. I was like, wait, what would that be? Desperate questrit desting. What? Thank you. I'm taking sips right now, GBA. Rah. Bark. Gonna sleep? Psycher, get some rest. Sleep well. Sleep well, sleep well. Yeah, I know we started a little late tonight. I had a lot to get done. I dropped my car off for repairs today. Which thankfully the place is really close by. But I had to walk home, which was like, I took my time. So it was like 30, 40 minutes to walk home. And then I've been working on trying to figure out this situation if I'm going to WeebCon or not. I am leaning towards yes. So there's a good chance that like Thursday to Monday I'm going to be off the grid, which I apologize for. But yeah, I spent a lot of time tonight like just trying to figure out the logistics of like, okay, if I fly out there, like what flight am I taking? Like how much is it going to cost? Like what do I need to do to lock this down? Make sure people can like be there to pick me up at the airport. Blah, 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 blah. Three. What? Don't look at my ears. Why are you looking at my ears? Stop it. They're mine. You can't have them. Whoa! I'm gonna fuck you up. If you touch my ears, I'm cutting yours off. All right? I'm serious. I'm fucking serious. Rah. Rah, rah. Rah, rah, rah. Rah. Notice his 2 sets of ears? Yeah, that's on my mind. I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about whether the next time I do like a brush up with my, like for my outfit, like if I do a brush up with my rigging team, I might ask them to set it. They may even be able to help me do it on my own. I'd be interested to see if I can set the toggle so that it actually disables the other ears. But I'd want to get my ears brushed up a little bit and get like the piercings on them so that my ear has like my black piercings on the side. Would be kind of fun.
Look at you. You suck.
Yeah, we need that continuity. All right. Here we go. Gaming. Oh shit, everybody's here.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
They're talking! Holy shit. Wait, this must be a moment. This is like a real moment.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume.
You know what this reminds me of? This is like a little bit like the Trails games, the Legend of Heroes series that I'm in, where I play Kilikuru Run, where like we'll voice these key moments in that game, and then most of the dialogue is just text boxes with no voice acting. And this is what this reminds me of a little bit, that like we've been going text boxes forever, and now suddenly, seemingly for no reason, they're talking again.
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
Portentous.
What sort of peril?
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan.
I'm muting for a second because I'm going to tie my hair back 1 sec.
Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, 2 primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off.
Okay, I'm good.
Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
That's what they're called, primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes.
That's my
and
group.
The kobolds in particular, ever since.
I'm the Maelstrom.
Which brings us to the matter at hand.
I am the Maelstrom.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
It's a little judgy.
Expect the worst.
Have a good night, Minecraft Hellhound. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight.
The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched.
Wait. Derek, I've got something for that. Wait, I think I've got something for that. Hang on. Wait, where'd it go? Fuck. Wait, where is all the channels on my Discord? God damn it.
I am the storm that is approaching.
There you go. Excuse me.
A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
I find this so interesting because you see, in World of Warcraft and in a lot of D&D, I thought, unless there's like a chapter I missed, kobolds are like a baby. They're like a baby girl. They're like hairy fuckers in WoW, and they're like lizard dudes in D&D, but they're small and they're like kind of insignificant. So it's weird to have a fantasy where they're like, no, the kobolds are fucking serious business. Like they fucked shit up. They ruined everything. Like this is dangerous. Like no one would fault you for saying you don't want in on this. Like this could be a suicide mission. Kobolds. Is very strange to me.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola. Can we, Minfilia?
I'm from Limsa Lominsa.
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
What? My Hearthstone is bound there.
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be.
Can I say something? Something about this conversation, and not all of them have been like this, but something about this conversation, I feel like I'm listening to an AI. Like, there's just something so rigid about this conversation where they're like, it's the same melody for every line. I want you to go out there and do this. And you go out there and do this. I need you to do this. Can you do this? It was never in doubt. I'm like, and I feel like they haven't all been this way, but this one in particular is like the stiffest conversation ever. The fucking thumbs
You will
up.
be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Go to the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Every single sentence is the same melody. Versus, go to the sailor's ward as soon as you get there. You're going to want to find this crystal. May everyone prepare for their journey. Like, you know, like you can change it. You can find organic delivery in this. You can... I've already forgotten the lines, but that was, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, speak with Rashat Riki. Yeah, very interesting directorial choices there. Hey, when was the last time I repaired my gear? And does it need it? Meow. Head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats. Where? Why does it do each piece at one at a time? Who decided it should be one piece at a time? Whose decision was that? Who do I need to go fight? Wait, is this a pose I can get? Is this like either one of the sits, or can I get this as a pose for my female Lalafell? No! Fuck. God damn it. One of the coolest things that Warframe does, by the way, as someone who doesn't play a lot of Warframe but appreciates it, I love that you can assign another Warframe's animation set to your Warframe. Is like one of the coolest decisions I feel like they've made. It's such a nice touch, honestly. It's a really nice touch. It's my mom! Everybody say hello, Mom. That's my mom. Hello, Mom. Where are we going? We're going to Lenosha? Lenosha in Limsa. Da, 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 da. Who are we meeting with here? Yeah. This is my favorite animation. The I'm gonna fuck him up animation! I'm gonna oh. Fuck everybody up! This is such a great animation when I'm sprinting. Graf's waiting at the Ethernet shard, thinking that I'm smart enough to use the Ethernet. I didn't use the Ethernet. Wait, this is PvP. Why am I being taken to PvP? Good to see you, Private Mel. The Scion sent word you were on your way. To business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. Antecedent? The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogamora. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals, fodder for their fell primal. It's the lady! Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Your deeds bring glory to the Maelstrom, Private Mel. Fucking pirate speak. Right proud am I to call you one of our own. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address... I can't read tonight. It's the little things, and then I start fucking up the normal things because I get short-circuited by the weird things. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral... Wait, no, that's Y'shtola. She's also deep. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Melazan personally. We're no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people. Nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. Oh. I skipped one. I skipped one. It's okay. Surely it's fine. I hope you're right, whatever that is about. Yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep to their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the the stare. She's doing the stare. She's staring. And was it not the Laminsons who violated this agreement? Dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Y'shtola. I see. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse does not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa Lominsa's citizenry are, of course, a paramount concern. Already we've observed disruption in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. I trust I can count on you, Private. I'm sorry, I'm still a private. Only if you promote me. You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings. I can't hear the TV, says Mom. What happened? Why can't you hear the TV? I don't know what that means. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates that they are no longer amenable to negotiation. You're talking too loud? I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm talking normal. Your TV might be too loud. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe. And I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated them once before. Wait, I thought that they don't exist anymore. The Company of Heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lenosha. Wait, wasn't the Company of Heroes the people no one knows their names anymore? Or is that different? Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a Millard, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. Those are the warriors of light. Okay. Sorry, I just butchered half of those lines. I got very, very confused by English, apparently, and fucked it up. Promotion ranks are a whole separate system. Can I get a promotion? Who do I talk to for a promotion? I've been PvPing. I PvP'd for like 30 levels. What can I get promoted to? Promote me. You are currently Storm Private 3rd class. To qualify for Storm Private 2nd class, you must fulfill the following requirements. I can't afford it. Wait, how can I not afford it? I PvP'd for 30 levels. 0 promotions? What do you get seals from? Let me guess, the dailies. So it's time gated. Hunt logs. Oh. Wait, I did a hunt log. I did some kind of log. Yeah, I've done 3 of them so far. And there's only 5. And I still don't have enough seals for 1 promotion. Oh. The fuck is a company hunt log? Where do I see the hunt log for the company? If you click the Maelstrom logo on the hunting log. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. I'm kind of surprised I've gotten none of them done yet. Huh. Oh, is that why I haven't killed any of them yet? Gotcha. Gotcha. I gotcha. So you're not wrong. We could create a free company while we're here, I suppose. My only concern is, am I going to get confused and have a tremendous amount of decision paralysis? Because it's going to ask me something that I am not prepared to answer, but we can try. Then I shall issue you a blank petition, so as to avoid complications later on. We ask that you now nominate a name and a tag for your company. Please note that if you should find the name or tag to your disliking at a later date, it may be changed if you so desire. Company name. Misfits. Surely that's not taken. She lied. Wait, 5, not 6. Fuck me. That's true. Misfits. Filthy wankers. I assume that free companies have to be unique, right? Okay. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's a good thing. Mel's Misfits or Misfit Army. Mel's Misfits is probably not taken. Misfit Army probably is taken. See, this is where I need to think about it. Because I don't want to rush. I assume changing it later costs money, right? Does it cost money to do it later? It doesn't. Is there like a cooldown on it or something? 30 days, okay. Shorty Squad. And then the company tag can be short. That would actually be, that's probably taken. That would actually be great though. To just have the tag be short. with the prepubescent voice crack that I just did. Short. Short. A Rogadin free company named Shorty Squad. Short! See, okay, now I've looked at the word too long and it doesn't too much and it doesn't look like a word anymore. The Midget Brigade. Small, but homicidal. Wait, does that fit? Barely. That fits! No. Small. I don't know. Man. It does, but it can probably be reported. Small but homicidal. Wait a minute! Who let Zenless Zone Zero into this fucking game? Where did you come from? Who the fuck let Mr. Zenless into this game? Get out of here! No! That's an insane cosplay. Holy shit, dude. That's great. That's incredible. Oh God, I hate it. I love it though. And you have all the poses. Here, let me change into casual. Ready? I got a thing for it. That is not the thing for it. Hang on, let me really quickly set. Oh fuck. Fuck. Is it this? Okay. And then bam. Shit, I did it again. Yeah, now I'm ready to hang. Do you have? Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna stress about this. Ubag, welcome. Also, Pocketfish, welcome. Epsilon Light Avalon, welcome. I don't know. Misfit Army, maybe. Misfit Squad. Let's try Misfit Army. Just MSFT. Misfit. All right, well then let's try the other one first and see if it's taken. Shorty Squad. Short! Ah! Oh no, it worked! Oh no, it actually worked! No fucking way! There's no way Shorty Squad is available! Oh my god, how? How? That has nothing to do with my brands, but it's funny. Very good, now you must have the petition signed by the 3 individuals who will form the company's core membership. Oh no! Once you've done so, please return here with the completed petition. If the paperwork's in order, we ask that you pay 15,000 guild registration fee, after which your free company will be sanctioned by the Maelstrom. Now you have to invite the tallest people to the shorty squad. Now to live with the consequences of our actions. Oh my god. To request a player to sign the petition, target the player and select invite to new company from the sub-command menu. Hold on. Is Rose awake? So, I'm going to say this to Rose in all capital letters. So, we tried something to be funny and assumed it would be taken, and it wasn't. So the free company is apparently Shorty Squad. And our tag is short. It's short. Insane. Click on yourself. Your tag is hilarious on your nameplate. Okay. Let me see. How do I do that? Short. I can't see it over my head though. Hold on, let me, because it's in all capitals. It doesn't have to be in all capitals, right? Like it could have been in lowercase. I'm pretty sure. I think. I don't know. You tell me. Is it always uppercase? Where do you do names? I'll turn it off for a quick second. Display name settings. Own. We'll switch it from never to always. Oh, it's not. Why is it not on a different line? Yours is on a different line. Why is mine not on a different line? That's a title? That's a title. How come you two don't have titles? Oh no, that's a title. Sky Pirate and Arbiter of War. I understand. I understand. I understand. It's such a long name now. I feel like I need to change my name from Melazand Mel to something else. Melazand Mel. Short! All right, who wants in on this thing? Don't feel pressured. If you've got a free company you like, I'm not here to take you from it because you know I'm gonna get fickle at some point and not be around all the time. So I don't wanna like put you in a situation where you're like by yourself in here. Even though we will be realistically playing for like the next year. Oh, agony. Clap if you want an invite. Is clap an emote? Okay. Invite to new company. And graph, invite to new company. All right, anybody else? Anyone else want to clap for an invite to Shorty Squad, apparently? Hell yes. This is something else. How many signatures did we need to get it approved? Is it? All right. Let's see if this works. Submit free company petition. Paperwork appears in order. This leaves only the registration fee. Bam. Let's go! Free company! We got a chest. What does that mean? May it swell and throb with members and be ever bursting and splooging with activity. Please accept this chest as a gift from the Order of Independent Companies. How you or your company members use it is entirely up to you. What does that mean, have a chest? Wait, what does that mean? What is the free company chest? Where did it go? Oh. Oh. Okay. It's a very small chest. It's an incredibly small chest. Oh, 50 items. Well, it's an incredibly small chest, but it's okay. Yippee! Short! Short! Everybody that joined. Wait. There you are. All right. Everyone else is tall. It's you and me against the world. There you go. See, now you're the appropriate size. This becomes one of those weird gimmicks where like everyone's walking around on their knees because they don't want, because like the Empress is like too stupid to realize they're all tall. And if they just stay on their knees, she thinks that they're the same exact height as she is. You're part-time small. All right, so now that we've done that, do we get a free company chat somewhere, or do I have to add it myself? Like, can I edit? Where do you get your company chat? Huh? Wait, what the hell? What does that mean? Oh. Yeah. Can I add free company chat to like the Misfits tab somehow, or to one of these other tabs? Oh no, it's in general. Okay. It's in general. So I could add, just so I don't have general chat, like I could add the free company chat. Maybe? Okay, and now I can see everything in there. And we do have a number of people that can get you into the link shell. So if you want to get in the link shell, just because not everybody's going to be in the free company, I think we have a number of people that can help you do that by just reaching out to them. Okay. I kind of like this. This was not a bit. This was an accident. But it's kind of a happy accident. It's kind of funny to just be Shorty Squad. I didn't think it was, I was so close just being like, yeah, Misfit Army is fine. Mel's Misfits, Misfit Army. And I just wanted to see it pop up and say taken. I'd be like, oh man. And then it worked. You can't make this shit up. So I'm kind of tempted to just keep it for now. And we can just be Shorty Squad. Honestly. I'm kind of okay with Shorty Squad, at least for now. Yeah, we can always change it if we want to, but man, that's funny. That shit is funny. Is there a menu for like membership or something? Is that under social? Spada, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thanks for the 21 months. I really appreciate you. I hope you're having an awesome night. Social has party members, friendless player search. Oh, it's gonna be up here, isn't it? Bam. Wait, it's that button? Okay. Shorty Squad. Company chest entitlement awarded. Members. Okay. Yeah, I guess at some point if we get any of our mods in here for any reason, which I don't know if any of you are eligible, but We'll get some officers set up. I don't know what they're capable of. I don't know what free companies do. I have no idea what free companies even do. I need to do some research. But, yeah, where are you? There you are. Bam! Why are you a barista at the end of the universe? Wait, is there a list of titles somewhere? I gotta look up and see if there's a title worth going after for me. The wiki. What title do I want? Titles. Be wary of spoilers. Can I ask you something? So I immediately see that some of them are suffixes and some of them are prefixes. Is it like in World of Warcraft where like you can only have one, or can you actually have a prefix and a suffix? Only one. Okay. Professional protagonist is excellent. I'm gonna try to like really gloss over them. I don't want to like spoil too much for myself, but I also realize that like I don't know enough about the game to probably even be spoiled by most of this. Because it would be like Slayer of the Dream Thistle, and I'll be like, okay, and you guys would be like, no, she knows about the Dream Thistle. I'm like, I really don't though. Endless conflicts, but blast, persistent pal. Overemployed is fun. That's fucking Wish, right? Let's see. I don't know. I want it to be funny or badass. Random encounter. Random encounter Melazand is kind of funny as well. Random encounter. You should be wary. Listen, you should fucking watch out. If you run into a random encounter Melazand, you're cooked. You're cooked. Let's see. Epic Hero is cool, but a bit generic. What was I? I think I have the Insane in World of Warcraft, so I'm Melazand the Insane. Which I am so happy I got that. I wasn't happy when I was farming it, but I was happy when I finally got it. Queen Bean. Wait, Queen Bean. That's cute. Shrimp Mariner. No. The Accursed is fun. Melazand the Accursed is kind of fun. Real Steel. Man Maker Melazand? I don't know how I feel about that. Let's get down to business to defeat kobolds. Kobold. Hippo Hero? The Accursed is soul crushing to get? Really? What is For the Horde? Discover 20,000 pieces of the Accursed Horde. Wait, I have a question. What does discover mean? Tell me there aren't like 20,000 hidden items in this game. What the fuck is discover 20,000 mean? Find 20,000 bonus loot in deep dungeons? Oh. Wait. So like, if I compare that to something I've done already, like we'll do a dungeon and over the course of the dungeon, we'll find like maybe 4 bonus chests sitting around. Is it like that? I've got to find 20,000 bonus chests? It's worse. Hey, DOS Ranger, what's happening? Welcome to my channel. What's going on? What's your favorite voice acting role that you've done so far? Oh, gosh. Are we in ads right now? I'll wait for you. Accursed Horde chests are invisible unless you specifically stand on them for them to appear. 20,000. Okay, so the accursed is not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. There's no fucking way. Barista at the End of the Universe is a great title. Good lord. Jesus Christ. 20,000 invisible bonus chests? That's horrifying. Big Fish Melisande. The Indefatigable. I kind of like that one. I'm worried about that. But I like the Indefatigable is kind of fun. I like that word. Speed Demon Melisande. Is there anything like very tank-like the Unstoppable? The Juggernaut. World-class Troller Melisande. Earn a cumulative total of 3 million points while ocean fishing. Huh? Oh, God. Oh, what? Do you get items that make it like kind of like so you can detect them easier? Manta Maniac. World-class Troller is funny. I think I'd prefer... I don't know if I'd prefer a prefix or a suffix. I always wish that World of Warcraft would let you have a prefix and a suffix, because I don't understand why you should have to choose. Like, because my other favorite one was Brawler, and I've beaten the brawling arena so many times in World of Warcraft on different characters to get that shirt, because it's a shirt that gives you a permanent buff that I just think is cool. It's not even like a stat buff; it's just like a cool little buff that appears on your bar. So I just want to be Brawler Melisande the Insane, and they won't let me have it. Huh? I've been standing here and we just ranked up as a company. Go. Wait, what else can an officer do, by the way? What kind of authority does an officer have? Aside from applying buffs. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Shorty Squad, short, and there's a whole tab for short messages. What the fuck? How do you set short messages? Do I set messages or do you set your own message? You set yourself in rank? Misfit. Or I could just make the rank short. Short. Oh, you can just change the name though. Hang on. Short. Shortest. Shorter. 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 So imagine you're like in the free company and they're like, hey, I was hoping I could get some potions out of the guild bank. And I'm like, I don't know. You're gonna have to talk to someone a little shorter to see if you can get permission. Oh no. Wait, sorry, what does an officer do? I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Fuck. Who is hold on. Let me solve this first. If you want, I can give you a rundown off stream on how to do FC Master stuff. Yeah, is there anything I should be concerned about? Because, like... Sorry, let me just talk to shorter management. So, the officers can do invitations, promotion, demotion, applications, company board, short message, company credits, executing actions. What is company credits like money? I see. Cool. Can I make you an officer for now, Gogo? Or can I make you shorter? I'd like to make you just a little shorter, if that's okay. Do you mind being a little shorter for me, Gogo? Oh, this is fun. This is great. How do I promote? Status? I'm gonna make you shorter. Assign glitching Gogo the rank shorter? Oh, this is so stupid. It's perfect. Come at me. There's my short message for you. This is good. This is good. We like this. I don't know. I don't know if Zuff is here or if Zuff is working on something. I'm just gonna send him a screenshot of... We reassigned the ranks. In our guild. You just updated yours too? Let's see. Me when I'm short. We have a new theme in this on this channel. We need to have like, we'll have to think about adding a fourth rank that's like the penalty box and it's called like tall or not short. And that's where you go when you're in trouble. We reassign you not short. Shortened. All right. If you need an invite, please see Gogo or myself. What the fuck? I'm just living here. What? Huh? Thank you. Wait, you got us tabs. I'm dumping all my old gear. Wait, how is that getting us rank ups? Is there a message board? Standing recognized. Company board, there are no messages. Congratulations. You're all short. I don't make the rules. Try and enjoy it. There you go. How's that? I'm not authorized to execute company actions. What the hell? All right. We have been dicking around long enough. I think we need to continue with our questing. Is that all right? If anyone needs in, please ask. We'll find a way to get you in. We are going to speak with Traktum, who is over Vents. Jesus. I guess this would be the fastest way. Where do you make your emblem? Is that in here somewhere? You're distracting me again. Where's the emblem? Company profile? Company slogan? Company slogan? Watch your ankles. Focus is, right now, leveling and friendship. I don't... Can you be about more than one thing? Yes, you can. Leveling, friendship. Leveling and friendship. Active, weekdays. Recruitment, accept applications? No. You'll be here. We'll get you in from chat. That's fine. Ah, I see. Okay. So, Zuffins, if you just were back here, I don't know if you were listening or not. This was a joke. We were gonna do like it's unique names, right? So Misfits was taken. So I was gonna do like Misfit Army or Mel's Misfits, and Misfits by itself was taken. So I'm like, what if we did like Shorty Squad, LOL, Rafflecopter, like, you know, like we're giggling, pushing each other into the bushes, and I'm like, I mean, there's no way it's available, right? And I punch it in just so I can like see it's taken, then I can be like, oh man, and then we do like Mel's Army. Shorty Squad was available. So we're Shorty Squad, and our tag is short. So that happened while you were gone. Which is why our ranks are short. Everyone here is short. And our company slogan is watch your ankles. And our company board is congratulations, you're all short. I don't make the rules, try and enjoy it. So that's what you missed while you were gone, Zuffins. I just like the all caps tag. Short! I've made great choices, yes! Hey, Traktum. Lay down your burden, son. Come, lay down your burden, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. Find ye a lass or three. Lay down your burden, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. That's not enough syllables. We'll have a grand old time. And find ye a lass or three. Never mind. Fucking hell. You gonna say something, Venture, or just keep staring, huh? You wanna know about the company of heroes? Oh, hell's price of bleeding fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, lass. Old Traktum was the company's best axeman. Now, what is it you wanted to know? I hate this guy, this fuck-ass clown. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ugh. Oh, I'm worried. Wait, everyone's having a negative reaction. I'm really worried about this dude now. Hold on, let me get on the table to talk to him. Hello. Wait, I'm sorry. Is he not wearing pants? Wait, where's this man's pants? You're gonna steal a member of the free company I'm in with that? One of the members is literally called Ankle Biter? Yes! Send them my way. Gah ha ha ha. So you wanna hear the tale of how the company of heroes bested a primal, do ya? Let me guess. You mean that bastard Titus, huh? Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. I took off my pants and started thrusting him at him vigorously. And then he fell over. And then they all serenaded me. And like 8 women gave me back massages. It was a mighty struggle like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground, and he's wearing leopard print, and now he's thrusting. Great. Awesome. The ground trembled with every step Titus took. And when he hit you, girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Oof, just like that. Just like what? Did he punch? What did he just do? I'm not even looking at him. What does that look for? I'm a goddamn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing my praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Titus. I nod. Well, too bad, because I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made a nest by the windmill just south of here? You do that, then we'll talk. Please go collect 12 buzzard asses, and then I will deign you worthy to teach my methods to. Guild rank up. Thank you, go. Wait, what rank are we now? How are we rank 6? Wait, go, what are you doing? How are we guild rank 6? We just started. I don't even know what that means. How is your gear turning into guild rank? Somebody explain this to me. Are you like disenchanting gear for experience? What is the rule there? Burn gear for company seals. It counts for a lot of free company XP. Oh shit, thank you. Most successful guild I've ever been a part of already. We just got here. We've got nothing in the bank, dude. We're broke as hell, but at least we've got levels. Where are the rats? Let me in. Michael, are you in here? Michael! The Rat King, but it's not a real Rat King. Okay. What a riveting quest. This is a very serious free company for very serious people. You know what? I'm totally fine with having a silly guild. I think I don't remember what we called it. I had a silly guild in World of Warcraft once. I think I've told you guys this. I forget what we called it. But our form of silly, you could only see if you were in the guild, because all the guild ranks were, like, they were all the same permissions, but every guild rank was based on your class. And so you were just named after, like, if you were a mage, you were blue mana. If you were a warrior, you were red mana. If you were a rogue, you were yellow mana. And so on. And so we were all just like red mana, green mana, blue mana, yellow mana, and we were all the same rank. we just turned all of our, we just pretended we all had mana. It doesn't matter what class you are, we all have mana. You have red mana, I have blue mana. I don't remember what we called it though. And then I had a very serious guild once. We were called like the Outriders. And it was our job on an RP PvP server to patrol the barrens and protect the newbies from Alliance scum, says the girl that ended up being a lifelong gnome player on Alliance. Save me the hassle of, never mind. What, you're still asking how to beat Titus? I don't know, Venture. It was a pretty risky strategy. The kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do, but unless you can prove to me that you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gabu. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here. So you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut down quick and skilled axemen like myself. Cut down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Oh, I'm not asking you to cut them down as fast as I would. Hey, Road, why don't you try heading due west and stand in lookout case a Gabu comes calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling you about old Titus. Okay, I already don't like this guy. Guy is just like straight up wasting my time. This is the quest chain. It's the waste your time quest chain. He better end up in trouble where I get to save his ass. By the way, a really nice touch. I like that you can use your beast gauge abilities without it interrupting your rotation. Because I was worried about that originally, like, oh, I've got to get through all 3 and then I can do a beast mode or a beast gauge attack. I like that you can interrupt it so you don't overcap on your beast gauge. That's a really nice touch. I'm good on that. I like that. Oh, that reminds me, I have to take Heavenly into the Lose Everything ship on Thursday. Are you doing that? How did you two meet? I still never talked to Heavenly outside of like showing up in his raid. How did you two end up playing? I keep trying to spend time with that guy. He keeps pretending he's shy. Or maybe he is shy. I don't know. Every time I stop in his chat, he's like, oh no, I'm scared. I'm scared. And I'm like, fucking bro, come on. Saj and I have a mutual friend who's normally our third, and he brought us into a big creator LFG server for Marathon. Oh, cool. Creator LFG server, that's cool. That's cool that people are loving it. I know I've seen Zen in there, I've seen Giga in there, and a handful of other people. I want to get back in there. I'm actually trying to plan another play with Ryoma to get back in and play a little bit. He is a busy man, though. I do. I am worried. But I trust that you'd be able to take good care of me. I am worried because she said 1,000 times, listen, it's not a lack of trust. It's paranoia. She said 1,000 times she could slow down. I just know. I know that woman holds W. So I'm like, I'm worried. I'm worried that I'm going to be like, standing alone in a swamp somewhere, not knowing where my team is. You again? And that Gabi that was harassing the Millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, Venture. Still, you took forever to get that job done. I'm still not sure if I could tell you our secrets. Thank you, Panya. I want to hear his voice. I want to hear his voice. Voice act. Voice act. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew a, Tractum, you in here drinking again? If you are that gob, you'd better be dead. Oh, it's Jen, Chief. You have my word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two with my trusty axe, I did. That a fact. And what will our friend here say if I ask her? She'd vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractum who slew the Gabu, or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Tractum, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes. The legendary mercenaries who slew the Master Titus, and I fetched them all water when they did it. Titus? Titus, who the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. See, Titus was, what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahuagin shit I've ever heard. Both of you outside will learn the truth the Leminson way. Tractum, if you didn't slay the Gabu, you may consider your contract revoked. I shrug. I like the little shrug. All right. Are we gonna fight? Do I get to kick his ass? All right, you know the rules. First one to smash their boulder will be Judge the Gabu Slayer. And don't even think about trying to kill me, that's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Oh, hell's with it. Let the contest begin. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where is he going? Why is there a bomb? Whose bomb is that? I don't need to destroy the bomb. I broke the boulder. What the fuck was this? Why did he put a bomb down? All right, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes. But I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lessons. Honest, I have. Save your blubbering, Tractum. Gods, I should have known. Oh, mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you. I swear, I just kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work. And I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in a company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you went and believed me, so Ooh. Look, his name was Wieskat, all right? Wieskat. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus, or whatever the fuck his name is. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Well, come on, tell the chief to forgive me. It's only fair. Can I choose? Can I choose? Because I would say no. I would say no, but apparently I don't get to choose. Should I keep him? No. Get rid of him. Post haste. Noctar, the Adventurers Guild representative. No, that is, wait. No, wrong, incorrect, false. Short bikes for short guildies. Salutation, Whiskite. Pardon? You wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa are depending upon us. You fancy yourselves heroes, then, just like in the tales. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. What are you messaging me? Oh, that's nice. Thank you. She's blessed with the power that protects her from primal influence. Thus was she able to slay low the Lord of Inferno. We know full well the risks, and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A woman who can't be tempered? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Useful. But it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you'll succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. You're passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserved better than the greeting I gave you. But I will not send you into Gomorrah on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you're more than common adventurers. For instance, there's a rat nest I'd like you to go break. I oversee security for Master Gegaruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our, Ye gods, man, have you not heard anything I've said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you're welcome to find your own way to Gomorrah. Ugh. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to this man's demands. Or we fight him. By the way, Mal, looking at the company buffs we can buy, now that we have it unlocked, definitely going to pick up more combat XP. But you're more interested in longer food. But are you more interested in longer food length or cheaper teleports? I have a question, Gogo. Is this like a skill tree? And is it something I can look at somewhere? Oh, are those buffs? Like there's a buff that makes teleporting cheaper? Are they free just for being in a free company, or do they consume like money or a resource? Gotcha. And are company credits something that we earn separately, or do we have to like make deposits like as players? Okay. I kind of am curious to take a look at the list myself, but at the moment, yeah, because of my 2,000 eggs, I'm tempted to say I don't care about food length a whole lot, but cheaper teleports is nice. I mean, listen, it's like a luxury for me to say like, oh, the teleports don't cost much because my misfits gave me like a couple of million gil, which is insane, and you guys fucking rock. But, you know. Why not, right? But yeah, I'll take a look. I can teleport back in a second and we can see what they look like. Yet much remains to be done if we're to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa Lominsa hangs in the balance. I'm so bad at accents. I'm trying. Hey, Garmano, what's happening? How are you? Oh, fertility jokes. Fuck, we could have named the free company Submissive and Breedable. What were we thinking? Master Garuju's requests can be more demanding than you realize. And then, no, hear me out. Then we subdivide the free company members into one of two ranks. When you come in, you're like you're sorted into either submissive or breedable. Wait, even better. Then the free company title would be submissive or breedable. Not and, it's or, because you can only be one in this clan. Submissive or breedable. Actually might be available, but probably also reportable. What are we doing? Oh, right. Final Fantasy. A Nyx has recently been prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me, and don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill. All right, real quick. Sorry, fuck. I'm not yawning, you're yawning. Shut up. Let's go check this out real quick. Do you guys think asparagus is good in fried rice? Because I ran out of peppers, my peppers went bad, so I gotta buy new peppers, and I usually do like mixed peppers and shallots. So, I wanna make fried rice after stream. But I only have like asparagus and broccoli. Let's see. Where is this place? It was over here. Yeah, it's right there. The Aft Castle. All right, what do we got here? Well, that's not where we go. Where'd we go? Storm personnel? Oh, wait. Sorry. What do you have? Who opens trade? Hey, Anya, what's happening? Oh. What? Wait, I have like 3,000 of these. Thank you for the eggs. Thank you for the eggs. Oh, give me more. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yummy! Oh, I like the glasses. Those are cute. You're so casual. I don't think I've seen a player that's just like in jeans and a t-shirt before. Hold on. Bam. All right. Spend company credits. Actions. Are these the buffs right here? Oh. Increases XP earned through battle by 5%. What does the egg give me? Hang on. The egg gives me 3%. Do they stack is the real question. Okay. Battle, gathering, crafting, companions. Wolf marks. Company seals. Magic the Gathering premonitions. You can up your stats. Increase the duration of food effects by 5 minutes is not a tremendous amount of time. Slows gear wear by 10% is cool. I could see that being useful for like some more aspirational stuff. Fleet-footed, increase the duration of sprint in large settlements by 25%. Not jog, just sprint though. So once it drops down to jog, you're not getting the benefit. Reduces teleportation fees by 20%. That's a nice boost. Right, it's like sprint and not jog. Yeah, sprint, so it's just be, what, 5 extra seconds? 20, so like 5 extra seconds when you're in town, which is, who cares? Yeah, I feel like my gut instinct would be exactly the ones you said. You said we can have 2. So what were your gut instincts? Heat of battle and reduced rates? Can buy as many as we want. Wait, is it an item that goes in your bags? Oh. I don't know. What do you think? My gut instinct was reduced rates. Just 'cause money. But, both are probably good. I'm level 50 right now, so maybe we do reduced rates. Yeah, if you wanna, I can judge your, I can trust your judgment when it comes to that. If you wanna pick up a couple of those and activate them. Where do we change the emblem? Is that somewhere here? Enables the acquisition of land in residential districts. We can buy a house. The guy on you? Got it. Okay, cool, thanks. Edit company crest design. Add or remove company crest from gear. Learn of company crests. Oh, you can change the charge, the escutcheon, and the ordinary. All right, what looks the shortest? I want like a down arrow. Ooh, we do always like a good bow in this house, even though I am a fighter. A short bow. A short bow. All right, we got a bunch of little like outlines for creatures. Who is this? Who is this person with the trumpet? Who are they? Who is this man? Dude. Moogle. We can be a Moogle as well if we wanted to. Oh, the better ones are locked behind some shit. I see how it is. Ooh, the chains are fun. I like the chains. I like the music notes. None of that has to do with short. I just like them. The scratches. All right, the symbols for the classes. That's whatever. Cute. Wait, how do we get this one? Look at the little guy with the friend in the face. It could also just be Frog. We could just be a Frug. Why does this looks like the most trolling picture you could have. Just like the smiling frog. This seems like such a troll banner. Well, that's what I was asking, Gogo. Because I'm already level 50. So, like, maybe we should just do the teleport one. Because, like, I'm level 50 doing, like, level 28 quests. So do we care about combat XP? I don't know. Out of all of those, I like the Frug. I like the Frug. I like the little guy. I kind of like the little guy and the Frug the most, honestly. Out of the ones that are available at the moment, the little duding dude is cute. It's a little hard to discern what I'm looking at. It's just like a little guy. And the Moogle is cute. Do you guys prefer, in chat, do you guys prefer little trumpet guy or the Moogle for right now? Like, which one looks cuter? They're labor robots? Let me look up mammoths. That's my hard drive. Oh, these little guys. Oh, these little guys. I know these guys. Whoa. Whoa. All right, if you can hear the sound of my voice. If you can hear the sound of my voice. I'm gonna do a poll real quick, just so I don't have to think about it. Temporary FC emblem. Moogle. Trumpet guy. I'll run it for 2 minutes. I think ultimately, oh, there it goes. I think ultimately the ones that I like the most are the ones on the last 2 pages. So is that based on free company rank? Like as we rank up, do we get access to the other ones? Ooh, there's also the fist. What if it's the little fist coming for the dick? If we're punching dicks, we could be punching dicks. Wait. We could be punching dicks. It's going up. It's punching up. Wait, hang on. Pause the poll. Hang on. Pause the poll. Wait. How do I pause the poll? Aborting the poll for now. We can be punching dicks. I like this even better. Honestly, it feels even better. They're only punching dicks. What color? Red, because I'm red. Red, black. Gold-ish. Let me try black with like a red emblem, maybe. Are there colors for this? There are colors for this. One or the other. I feel like I'll do one or the other. Like I'll do red with black or black with red and use it to stand out. Okay, which one of the escuchans? Escúchame. That is a Valentine's Day card. That is some crazy kind of Valentine's Day card. There's also just the boom. I kind of like that this one's coming from the side. Like it's in the center of so many of them just floating. And then for no reason whatsoever, like literally all of them, it's centered. Every single one, even ones that are shaped like hearts, it's centered. And then the heart, it's coming out from the side. Why just this one? Why is that the only one that it's not centered? That's so funny. Like, okay, why is this one not coming from the side? Why is this one not coming from the side? Like, I know the heart is a little more narrow, but come on. And then there's this one where it's like secret punch. That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy. That's so fucking crazy. All right, what do we do for the ordinary? No. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The spider web of punches. That's kind of cool. I kind of like the oblong, like this is going this way, the other one going this way. Like if the lightning was going the other direction. Heartbreak. Heartbreak is kind of fun too, actually. Let me see. What if I do? I think the last page are the most interesting ones. I'm just looking at like the broken heart is really appealing to me. Like that's really evocative to me that it looks like the heart is like split down the middle. I just don't know. Ah! I didn't set a poll for the icon. Oh, Kupo, Doot, and punching dicks. It has to be punching dicks. I might have to put my thumb on the scale for that one. Let me look at the other ordinaries. The only other ordinary that I thought was like super interesting was like some of the spirals down at the bottom were the only ones that I thought were like halfway decent. The lines are kind of neat. Like that's just kind of like the speed lines almost. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I think the most interesting one is the split, honestly. You like the diamonds? Because like I'm thinking of it less as a pattern and more of like what it does to the overall image. And so this is like a split straight down the middle. Bottom left of page 1 is good for a heart shape. It does do the, oh, that's kind of fun. Those are kind of fun too, honestly. Ooh! Now I'm wondering what else kind of turns into something. Like the blast coming out of it is kind of fascinating to me too. Is kind of interesting. something like that is interesting. What if it's the inverse? Where it's like this, but it's like... I don't know what that means. That's weird. I just like that it's coming out of the fist, but it kind of looks like I'm shooting fist lasers. Man, I didn't know this was gonna be the rest of my night. Ooh, that's also not bad. That cross is also kind of cool. Because that's almost like a Black Widow, isn't it? Like a Black Widow hourglass thing going on. I don't hate that either. Does anyone else get Black Widow from that? Punching Dicks won by a landslide, thank God. I do. I don't
Love
know.
the emblem design XD. Also glad you like the teaser for the secret project.
We can change this whenever we want, right? Okay, so my two thoughts are, the two ones I like the most, honestly, are the heartbreak. What does this look like if I reverse it? The two I like the most, I think, are this, with just like the shatter. And that's also kind of cool. Like the shatter down the middle. I actually don't hate that with the white. Something with a shatter down the middle. It's like it looks like the heart's being split through by the fist. I don't hate that, honestly. That's kind of fucking cool, actually. Is there a better color than white? Probably not. The Canadian colors? Unintentional Canadian flag. No, I think if it's splitting, it has to be red on the outside, because the red is the heart. This is 100% the CD cover of Saint Anger. Wait, hang on a second, I have to look that up. Oh my God, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Have a good night, Burke. That's so funny. Yeah, I feel like my gut instinct would be to either do one of these, right? Either this or the other way around, or the Black Widow, which I think is really cool. Like, I kind of like this because it has kind of a secret, like, because that's also the same thing. The dick punching, the Black Widow that eats the mate is kind of like a man-eater kind of vibe to it, which I realize, like, you know, not all of you are man-eaters. So maybe that's a little, maybe that's excluding. Maybe I'm making some of you feel alienated. You're like, I'm not a Black Widow. But, I don't know, any strong feelings about these? I just didn't expect to like this one as much as I did. Some of these are fine, but I really, really liked this one out of all of them. Just that, like, it was bisecting the lines was the most interesting to me. More so than this, because this you can tell it's a pattern. This you can tell it's a pattern, to me anyway. This is like, boom, bisect. And then the alternative would be the split. One way or the other. Do you change the color of the fist at all, or do we still think the red makes the most sense? We're doing that. This is the rest of our night. The rest of our night is just fucking emblem design. What the fuck? How did we end up here? How did we end up here? Wait, it's me holding a gun. That's also kind of fun. I kind of like the way it plays with that as well. That is kind of neat. I don't hate that. So we've got that as an option. Do we like any of the colors differently? The contrast with the black behind the fist is nice. Have a good night, Randall. Go Shorty Squad. I think I'm turned off of the lightning. I think the broken heart is not doing it for me anymore. So I think I'm honestly between like this one and one of these. Maybe we'll keep this for now and see how it feels. Do we like this? Are we cool with this for now? It looks okay. It doesn't look half bad, honestly. I don't hate it. I don't know. Am I crazy? Or is that crest punching a spleen? Good. Mission accomplished. What's the other thing that they can do? That's it. Okay, just the crest. I see it. We're punching spleens. Oh, sumptuous day. We're having a day. This is a great day. We're out here punching spleens. Here we go. Gotta get my warrior gear on, obviously. We've gotten like no questing done tonight. We've just been vibing all night and looking at free company shit. Thank you. Where is this fight taking place? Out here somewhere? All right, we're killing something and bringing back their leg. I better hide. Oh, wait, they wanted me to hide. I was gonna hide for roleplay. I assumed it was just gonna come running up. No, they want me to hide. That's funny. Oh! Oh, it's hideous. Oh, I hate that. Oh my God! Fuck you, I dodged. Oh. Oh, it was not. It was. Wow, that was not particularly dangerous. Motorcycle in a high fantasy game. Isn't it great? We're just biking around. We're just biking around in our fantasy game. Also, Ekanon, welcome to my channel. How's it going? Well, did you deal with the Knicks? Yeah, have its. That's a leg? Sure. Okay. Unless you think me overly cautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's talking about the dude. He's talking about the same dude. I remember seeing people having a problem with the Final Fantasy 15 car being in the game. Can I be honest with you? I don't love the car. I don't want to be one of them. I don't love the car. I do like the bike. I do think the bikes are cool. I think like the spider mech is cool. A lot of that shit is cool. I think I'm gonna have more of a problem with my motorcycle when I fly. My biggest thing, and I have this issue in World of Warcraft too. I don't like when something that's like a ground mount can fly, but it doesn't get an adjusted animation. Like when there's like a horse and it just like horses through the air. I don't care if you put sparkles at its feet. It doesn't look good to me. Which is why, like, I like my motorcycle. I wish it turned into the drone, which means I feel like I'm gonna go back to the purple one at some point because the purple one actually like opens up and turns into like a flying mount when you take off. It's also why I like my spider mount in World of Warcraft, because my spider mount does the same thing. Like it rotates sideways, it turns into like an X-wing. I love that about it. And I don't have the same problem with the flying mounts because I feel like a lot of the flying mounts on the ground, like they just start running. They just start running, and even if they're flying, it doesn't bother me because they're basically just hovering low to the ground. Like it doesn't mess me up the same way. Like it doesn't feel as out of place to me as like a tiger running through the air. I don't know. I'm not overly bothered by it. I just wouldn't get it for myself. Two highly distinguishing individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future. And Master Geruju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. There is a tiger mount. Cena! Come join my free company. While money is no object, not everything Master Geruju desires can be so easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast, and so Melisande, your mission is to seek out and obtain rare ingredients our chef requires. You're making me get fucking food for you before you tell me where this thing is? Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine, and by suitable I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as is. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient, I would have you travel to the South Shroud and speak with Landonel at Camp Tranquil. What, do you mean to tell me you cannot afford to waste time as your associate did? Adventure! If you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either you do it or don't. I have work to do. But Cena, you have a house on the most desirable server. But Cena, our free company is called Shorty Squad. Our tag is short. And I tried to make an emblem that looked like we were punching someone in the dick. But apparently it looks like we're punching people in the spleen. I'm okay with that. Come join Shorty Squad. By the way, I have no idea how this name was available. We live here now, though. She made me shorter. Yes, our ranks. We're very serious in this free company. Our ranks are short, shorter, and shortest. I'm the shortest. I would, not to entice you, but I would consider making you shorter. I said this earlier. I just love the idea of someone being like, hey, can I get something out of the guild bank? And being like, I don't know. I think you need to speak to someone shorter to get permission. It fucking wrecks me. Oh, this is great. We're having fun here. All right, we're going to the Black Shroud. Let's go quest. Where am I going? Somewhere in the Black Shroud. Ah. You spent 4 years trying to get a house on Balmung? I have a question. Why is Balmung the best server? Pitch me. Tell me why. Ooh, Amelia knows what that means. Why is Balmung good? Amelia likes Balmung too. Tell me about Balmung. Balmung. I gotta tell ya, I don't care about that name very much, but you all seem to like Balmung. It's the ERP server? It's the RP server. That, you know, sometimes they're one and the same. I did not need to jump off the side. Is Goldshire on Moonguard? Goldshire on Moonguard. Wait, Moonguard is the RP PvP server, isn't it? Wait, what is the one that I'm on now? Wait, am I on Moonguard? No, I'm on Moonguard. Emerald Dream is RP PvP. I think I am on Moonguard. If you look for a Melazand on Moonguard, it's probably me. I can't guarantee it, but it's probably me. Let's find out together. Yeah, that's right. I'm booting 2 games at the same time. Let's crash the server. Let's crash the stream. Where am I? Oh God, it's updating. Fuck, why did I launch Battle.net? It's updating. God damn it. It's funny though, you go to RP hotspots in Balmung and it's all Traveler and Wanderer. How many people show up and they're like, I wonder, do they do the same thing on Final Fantasy that they did in World of Warcraft, where they show up and they're like, I'm actually the illegitimate love child of Lightning and Sephiroth, and I'm part werewolf and part vampire. Do people do that on this game as well? It's even more crazy because of the dark arts. Yeah, World of Warcraft had a lot of like, I'm the daughter of Sylvanas and Varian Wren, but I was secreted away where I was turned into a werewolf by those despicable hordes. And then one day when I was in the Barrens, I just developed an insatiable lust for, I don't know, dwarf dick or something. And then they end up in Goldshear fucking people. You know, the pipeline. I roleplayed though. I was on a roleplay server when I started. I didn't roleplay a ton, but it was kind of fun to create stories with people. I enjoyed it. You know what my favorite part about the roleplay servers were? And I don't know if this exists in this game. My favorite part of about the roleplay servers in World of Warcraft, at least for a time, was that people took their names seriously, which is something I care about. You know, like a lot of other servers, you'll see people who are like Purple Stinky, the Orc Shaman. And I liked that for the most part on the RP servers, people took their names seriously. I don't care if you're like a silly person. I just like seeing the names and having them feel cohesive. You know? I had a reputation. I reported people for names on my RP server all the time. It was very much a like, oh shit, your name is Punk Rock Pearl. Don't let Mel see you. Don't let Mel see you. She's gonna report you. We had one of my friends. He became like a lifelong friend, who was a fellow Death Knight in our guild, and I was class lead at the time. He applied to our guild, and now he's like a close friend of ours. Like we still connect once in a while, not a lot, but we still talk once in a while. And when he applied to the guild, the first thing I did was report the name. I think initially I voted no on account of the name. I was the only person that voted no. And then when we welcomed him, I was like, welcome to the guild. I reported your name, by the way. And now we're friends. Oh, how the turntables. He never did get a name change. They didn't care. Sometimes reporting worked. They didn't care in this case. Ugh. All right, let's see. Bam! Melisande! I am on Moonguard. Look at that. Brewmaster Monk, Moonguard. Go figure. What server is Melly on? Moonguard. What server is the other Melisande on? Shadow Moon. That's a PvP server. And Melzy, also on Moonguard. Yeah, I'm on Moonguard. Look at me. We're all role players up in here. I'm a Moonguarder. I didn't used to be a Moonguarder. The only reason I ended up, I actually transferred to Moonguard. I started out on a different RP server. Then I ended up on Shadow Moon PvP. Then I spent a little time on Emerald Dream RP PvP because I missed having like cohesive names and people that like, I don't know, were like halfway into character. I ended up transferring to Moonguard because of a couple of other VTubers that I found out were on there. And I never ended up seeing any of them. So I transferred, never saw them, didn't really play a lot, but I did pay for the transfer because I knew that they were theoretically there. Which is just like pissing money away, I realize. Was not a proud moment. I don't know. I thought in the back of my mind, maybe like knowing that I knew people there would make it more enticing to log in, but I never saw them. We never added each other to Battle.net. We never actually spoke in game, so. It was like after one conversation, I jumped the gun. I was like, wait, you're on Moonguard? Okay. And I transferred instantaneously. No promise of playing. No promise of doing anything in the game. I was just like, ooh, I can be there. I was so eager. I'm in an alt embalming because I was going to play with some friends, but they stopped playing and I haven't seen them for like 5 years. See, that sucks. That's like why I end up stopping. Like, I think about World of Warcraft a lot, but I know in the back of my mind, it would take a lot for the thing that I miss. I said this yesterday. It would take a lot for the thing, or 2 days ago. It would take a lot for the thing that I missed to be back there. The thing that made me love it was having people there. Was knowing that I log in and people are like, you know, like 10 people greet me and say, hey, Mel. And immediately 3 people ask if I don't mind tanking something for them. Hey, we were gonna run the blah, blah, blah heroic dungeon. Do you think you could come tank for us? I know you just got on, but do you mind tanking? Like, that was cool. I felt needed. I felt wanted. I had friends. You know, I felt like I was part of a community. A lot of the time now, if I log into World of Warcraft, I have a moment where I'm like, I'm gonna go check out WoW. And then I get in and I don't know fucking anybody. I'm like a stranger in there. I don't want to talk to strangers. No one's talking to me because they're all in like their separate guild channels or discords. And then the only things happening in general chat are like political arguments. Literally arguing current American politics in general chat. So I'm like, I'm not making friends here. Why am I here? This has been a delightful good job, Mel. This has been delightful. You know why? Because of you guys. You're what's making this a lot of fun right now. Which I guess means that there's a chance that if I hopped into WoW that some of you might be there to join me. I don't know how many of you would be there to join me. It's harder in WoW. You can't transfer easily. Unless you're like joining a group or a guild and phasing in through that. I don't even know if can you even phase in via guild? Or do you have to be in a group? I don't even know if you can phase in via guild, which means like if you're on another server, you're kind of just screwed. And that was always the issue with WoW. It was always like, oh, you play World of Warcraft. I play World of Warcraft. Cool. What server are you on? Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, cool that we have a similar interest. We're never going to play together. Or you'd be like, ooh, oh my God, you're on the same server as me. Hoarder Alliance. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll, see you on the battleground then. You know, like there were so many checks. There are so many checks at which like your excitement would suddenly get curtailed because you'd realize you couldn't actually play with the person that you just realized played the game you like. And it's a little easier now. Like now you can group together. You can even be different factions and I think it'll let you phase together and do stuff. I just don't know. I don't think you can just phase over and socialize the way you can in this game. That's really nice in this game. And it's not the only one. I know Guild Wars does that too a little bit. I like games that do that. So it's like, oh, you're on a different server, but it doesn't matter. We can hang out together. And hanging out doesn't have to mean we're doing a dungeon, you know? Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Melisande. Speaking of hanging out, giant cat, incoming in 3. Whoa! What? The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantoise. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? Pfft, you amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice. I will be out of this quest in a second to observe your giant pussy. Let me be clear, this business is between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest, traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them. It was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gerdanians are by and large an unforgiving lot. Detto here being the rare exception. What does that look? What was that look she just gave him? I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I am seen as a model citizen, with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all the other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang it. And hang you from the nearest heavens, Spiller. Oh, you can't see the look? Damn it. She gave him a look. It was cool. Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamantoise egg in a nest to the east of here, just ripe for the taking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. What is that laugh animation? Ooh! The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes, Melisande. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest, or your corpse will rot in this swamp. Rail! Wait, which rail is this? You're not my rail. Are you Cena? Are you Cena? Look at that gear. Hold on. Can I do the WoW thing? Do I have to walk past you to see you? Ooh. Man, you look awesome. That's a very big cat. I'm gonna chop the ankles. You're so tall. What the heck? Can you carry me around? Can I get uppies? Can I get some uppies here? I'm having trouble seeing. There's just a lot around here. It's hard to see. I'm not built for this. I love that you went for the biggest character and I went for the smallest character. Or one of the biggest characters. I think that was probably my second choice. I was struggling with a lot of them. Like the cat girls were okay. I didn't really care for the dragon girls or the Rogadin or the bunny girls. Like they're fine. I just didn't think of them for me. And I think I remember commenting that I thought the cats were particularly cool. Like if I went for anything else, it'd probably be a cat. Big tough ass cat. I like it. It's a shame I can't try clothes on you. I want to see what my gear looks like on you. I don't think it's possible to do that, is it? I can't steal your character from my dressing room. I used to have a macro in World of Warcraft that would do that. It would open up a, we have the technology. It would open up a window and put my targeted player into it so I could then try things on another person if I wanted to. Whoa. Oh, nice. Wait, let me open that up. I got a screenshot sent through the tubes. Yeah, that's cool. I kind of like what you're doing better though, honestly. Like that suits you really well. I also just really like the difference in coloration between like the boots and the hip plates and the armor and the pants. Like that's really good contrast. I've gone back and forth between, I have one for me, you can't even tell the difference. I have one for me that is pure black and one that is gunmetal. And with this particular armor set, you cannot fucking tell. I don't know where it went. I had it somewhere. Maybe I overwrote it. I might have overwrote it. But yeah, they're like almost identical. You basically can't tell the difference between gunmetal and true black. All right. We have to go get an egg. Wait, can I invite you to I can invite you to the Crossworld link shell, right? Bam. Get in the link shell. Wait, is your guild Traveler? When you say everyone's a traveler or a wanderer, like that's straight up like you just have guilds based on what your role is? Oh, never mind. Oh, that's what you meant. I see. Oh, I see. So like everyone goes over to Balmung to roleplay, which is why everyone's a traveler or a wanderer. I understand now. I get it. Stop it. But thank you. Traveler and wanderer, the largest guilds. Oh, that's fun. And you have a house over there. We need to get a house, Misfits. We gotta find a house. I've heard that they're like impossible to get. We have to find one. You have a prison pig. Why are you a pig in jail? Is there a name for cross-continent? Can you travel cross-continent to a different region? I gotta go get the egg, all right? I'm going to get the egg. I'll be right back. Don't worry. I'm swift. I'm speedy and such. I gotta go get it. Okay. Take 2. All right, we're going for the egg. It's unguarded. This is not a nest. Is this a nest? I guess it's kind of a nest. What the fuck is this? Surely nothing will attack me. Nope, you don't see me. I don't think it knows I'm here. I don't think it knows I'm here. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna tank that. There's a possibility that they will allow NA to EU and eventually, but not JP. I feel like eventually we're gonna get there, right? Eventually the technology will get there and it'll become easier to let things like that combine. When? I don't know. But you have to imagine it will at some point, right? At the cost of the world's RAM. Oh, Mel, is the Black Shroud turn black any point you're playing? Question. What is the Black Shroud? I know the area is called the Black Shroud, but what is the Black Shroud? I thought you might have the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end. Yeah, no, I got your egg, dude. Such bravery, such recklessness. This will serve you well against Titan. Leave the egg with me. I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to Southern Thanalan. In Forgotten Springs, you'll find a man named Udnon. He will be your next guide. Safe travels, Melisande. Is a forest? How do I know when it turns black? Like, do the trees turn black? Or are you just asking because you don't know? Like, does the Black Shroud ever actually be black? Is that like the question? Oh, you'll know. Okay. Okay, if the Black Shroud turns black, what do I do? Do I show up and land a hit? Does everyone get credit as long as I take a swing? I will keep my eyes out for it then. Are those the world bosses that people do trains for? Where like everyone's like, oh no, it's a social thing. Like they'll invite you to the group. You all do them together. Is that what that is? Yeah, I remember hearing someone talk about that. About, who was it? I think it was Jesse Cox talking about that. Where he was like, yeah, like I saw a world boss and I was like right in front of me and I'm gonna pull it. And people were like, no, don't do it. Wait for the train. Because like everyone like makes sure everyone gets credit, which is kind of cute, honestly. That does not happen in WoW. Sometimes you can find groups where, especially now that there's more like world boss content. But back earlier in the day, like nah, it was like every fucking person for themselves. State your business, adventure. Oh, this is the one Whiskett sends me? I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, and until I do, you'll receive no aid from me. Crit? Yeah, crit. Enjoy your Titans. I'm returning to work. Cena, it's about to be midnight. How late are you working? Also have fun at work in case you're already leaving. But how late are you working? Buh, I say. Audiobook recording hell, I can only do this late at night with car noise. Oh no. Good luck, have fun. I have never wanted to do audiobooks, although people ask me if I would consider it. It sounds stressful. Good luck though, you got this. Let's get coffee. Why does this stream say for the last time? Because it's the Final Fantasy. Get it? No? Just me? Okay. This is what you get for joining a chill stream. You get sleepy, tired, corny Mel. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that. And you did manage to obtain that Adamantoise egg, however, that was not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The Noon I once fought also believed that his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am Noon. Many years ago, the Company of Heroes. I joined the Company of Heroes to hone my skills, instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, cunning and the pragmatic. That's why I claimed my position and why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter on your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert, to the east lies the Amaljak encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned for both his strength and his guile. To even face this Amaljak in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only this worn spear. Why, you ask? You will have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior and bring me his necklace. Oh, the train. Trains are for hunts. Also, War Rex Racer. Thank you for joining my channel. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're having a great night. I'm not yawning, you're yawning. I'm having a great night. We're having a good time. We're just working our way through some quests slowly. I appreciate you finding me. I hope you have fun here. It's a mellow night. I'm sorry if I yawn. I'm sorry. I don't mean to give you guys secondhand yawns. It's not your fault. It's mine. I'm just cozy. I keep making the mistake. I make this lunch. And by lunch, I mean like early dinner. And it always gives me food coma. And then I spend like the rest of the day like mellow and sleepy. But I keep making it. And it keeps making me sleepy. Trains are for hunts, a different thing. They're very fun though, they even have a Discord. No, I mean like an actual world boss that dozens of people will appear to fight. Also, yes, as long as you and other hunters whack the boss, you'll get credit if you beat it. The Shroud's boss is something special for the killer though. Wait, you mean like the person that gets the final blow gets something special? Jesus. Okay, so it's kind of like, Black Desert Online has that, I think. There'll be world bosses where like you don't need to be in a group. You just need to show up, and as long as you hit. And I think in Black Desert Online, depending on where you rank in damage done, it scales how much reward you get. So you get less if you like just came in and tapped, and you get a lot more if you did like, you know, 15% of the damage and 40 people were there. I will. Good. I'm glad. Also, what curious expansion? I'm brand new. I've never played before. This is all new to me. So we're slogging through a Realm Reborn, one painstaking quest at a time.
Hiya, so stupid.
But we're gonna get there. I made a promise in my subathon. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get past Realm Reborn, and then we're gonna get to the real story. We're gonna get to the story people say is really great. Yeah, I'm a sprout. I'm a sprout. We made a clan though, called Shorty Squad. I kind of want some tea. Can I make some tea? How close are we to an ad? We've got an ad in like 15 minutes. I'm gonna make some tea real quick. Is that cool? I'll be back in like 4 or 5 minutes. Heat up a little green tea so I have something soothing for my voice. And I will be right back. Good chance for you too. If you gotta grab a snack, if you wanna change into something cozy, this might be the time to do it. Go piss, all of you, right now. Yeah, the thing that gets me is that, by the way, there's so much world building. Listen, I know I get distracted and I end up not questing super fast, but like we've gone nights where I've done like 9 quests in a row and you don't fight anything. It's all just text. So it's been an adjustment, but I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. I'll see you in a few. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Oh, hello. I'm back. Robot voice. I am back and I have green tea. So I've got a little something hot to sip on to soothe my throat and my voice. Booah. Ba 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 ba. Have a good night, handsome one. Out here with the handsome name, just so everyone be like, good night, handsome. All right, what are we doing? We're luring out the Amalja veteran. Oh my god, it's a place I actually have to drive to that doesn't involve a teleport. I will say, the decision in this game to have you kind of teleport everywhere versus what WoW does, where like, I mean, I guess the early stuff on Lenosha is all on Lenosha. And WoW does that a lot for multiple areas. So like, you'll stay in one zone for like 30 quests, and then it'll move you to the next zone, and you'll slowly work your way through. And I think the advantage of that is the world feels like you're transitioning through biomes. Whereas in this game a lot, it kind of feels like, oh, I'm in a desert now. Oh, I'm in a blizzard now. Oh, I'm at the ocean now. And like, there's so little continuity of like the scenery where you are. I love that they're like, I'm not gonna tell you how to use the spear. You've got to figure that out yourself. Definitely don't go to the sparkly place and just use it. I'm gonna make you figure this one out. A mournful cry echoes across the desert. Goodbye. It's interesting to me that they give you 2 charges of Infuriate. Like, I wonder if there's any reason you'd ever not start by using both charges of Infuriate instantly. Or at least one, but I don't want to just use both. I guess it depends on what you're pulling. Like if I have to pull from afar, I'm gonna gain something using either Tomahawk or my opening attacks. So at that point, you don't want to be overcapped. But you've got a single target at an AoE. So I could just start with 100, run in, immediately hit Steel Cyclone if it's an AoE group. Well, you have a favorite anime or genre of anime you like to watch that you don't voice in? Not one in particular. I've got all my classics. Like I love Full Metal Alchemist. I loved Attack on Titan, My Hero. I've been wanting to watch Frieren. I haven't gotten around to it yet. And everyone says it's amazing. K-On! Is one of my favorite animes of all time, and it's basically just a sitcom. Hello? We, you are a very cleanly people. Return home sticky with sweat, sand, and blood of the prey. These springs will see it all washed away. Okay. Sure. Most recently, and it's not anime, but most recently I was watching Invincible. I think we have a new season, but I tend to like to binge, so I'm gonna kind of wait a couple of weeks. But yeah, Invincible was the most recent animation I've watched, and I fucking loved it, although it is gruesome. Yeah, it's so interesting. I feel like I'm on the exact opposite side of that recent debacle over the JoJo series. Because, like, apparently there's this whole thing going on right now, and it sucked in a friend of mine who's playing the JoJo character, Damon Mills. And people are being really shitty to him, and it sucks. But everyone's, like, upset, I guess, apparently. Tell me if I have my facts wrong, because I didn't understand it. Apparently people are upset because they're dropping a lot of JoJo at once, so you can binge it, which is like a very common Netflix thing. Although they have been doing more weekly releases. And people are like, no, pace it out, because then it's almost like the fan base is demanding portion control. They're like, no, pace it out so we have something to look forward to, because if you drop it all at once, and we have no idea when the next episodes are gonna come, like, we're just sitting around like, what the fuck are we doing? Whereas if you pace it out, like, we have time to kind of just like digest it. We can get on social media and Reddit and talk about it, and like there can be a community and we can like have discussions and debates. I'm the exact opposite. I'm like, oh, a new series is out, let's watch it. Oh shit, only 2 episodes are up. All right, I'm gonna come back in a handful of weeks. I'll come back in like 2 months when it's all up, and then I'll binge it. That's so interesting. I don't think it's weird for someone to like weekly drops, but like when I found out what it was about, I was like, oh. I'm like, that's so weird. I would much prefer they just drop it. But obviously with communication, so we know when, you know, future installments are coming. And then, you know, yeah, because the internet is the internet. They're all coming at, like, the cast and crew, which really sucks. Because they don't deserve that. They have nothing to do with that. No one deserves that, but, like, Damon was getting so much shit, and it's like, he's an actor in the show. Like, what are you doing? Be a fucking human being. You know? Just a lot of gross people. One person in his comments was like ridiculous. They were like, he literally posted and he's like, I don't have any control over this. Like, I'm sorry if people are frustrated, but like, please understand that I can't help you fix it. Like, please stop threatening me. And there was like one particular person that's like, I understand, but still fucking do something. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, you gotta slow down. I understand. And now I'm gonna say something that like demonstrably shows that I did not understand. And they do it all the time. If they don't like a casting choice, there'll be people that will go after the actor. When you know that actor is just excited that they got a gig, right? And they're doing the best they fucking can. Has that happened to me? Yes and no. Not really. Not on the scale that a lot of my peers have gotten it, because I have friends that have gotten it like to an insane degree. I have not really gotten it. A handful of losers came after me once because they didn't like the way that we were adapting Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro. And even then it was divisive because there were a lot of people that liked it, and then there were some people that didn't. So it's like you're attacking me for something that's just an opinion. You know, like there are just as many people celebrating it. You happen to not like it, and you're making that my problem. Nagatoro got an anime. I should watch that sometime. Well, guess what? If you watch the dub, I wrote all those scripts. I didn't invent all those scripts, obviously. It came from a Japanese manga and a Japanese studio, but I adapted all the English. So those are my words you're hearing. I did every episode of both seasons, of the first 2 seasons. Yeah. Yeah, it was me. It was me. I'm the asshole English dub writer responsible for Nagatoro. It was so funny. Not translation. It's a pipeline, like a conveyor belt. So like it goes from the Japanese version, gets sent to us, and then we have someone, I forget if they work for the studio or for the Japanese client, but it goes to someone who translates it. And then I get sent a translation, but it's like a really, really raw translation. So it's like, you know, get you the hot bullets of Shotgun to Die kind of translation. And then I have to finesse that so it sounds good in English while still saying like the same thing, basically. But as a result of writing all like 2 seasons every episode, like those girls are my daughters. I spent the longest time calling that. I'm like, Nagatoro, Gamo, Yoshi, and Sakura are my daughters. Like I've spent too much time writing them. I love that crew to death. Mm-hmm. They're my children. Maybe Mel can help me understand something. God, I hope so. I don't know. Once again, we're in a Final Fantasy stream and we're just hanging out talking. Why is it so hard for the animation company to animate manga into shows like the company has all the source material? Why do they always have to change things up when there's no reason to? I'm gonna disappoint you. I don't know. If it's like what arcs they take out versus leave in, that's all decisions made in Japan. And I'm not sure. Maybe they think that it makes for a more concise story. You know, maybe it's budget. They only have 1 or 2 cores. So like 1 core is 12 episodes. 2 cores, 24 episodes, which is like the really common format for anime. Maybe they only have 12 or 24 episodes and, you know, they don't know if they're getting another season or something. Who knows, you know? So they have to like consolidate and be really efficient so they can tell the story in 12 episodes, for example. It could be that. If you're talking about like dub choices, like why the hell did they say, you know, why the hell did they, what's a good example? You know, why the hell does Kamina sound, you know, more like, you know, Simon's brother in Gurren Lagann, when in the J, he kind of sounds like a father. Like he has a deeper voice. He sounds like a father figure. And then you get into all sorts of decision making about like, well, they call each other bro. So blah, 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 blah. So we want to have someone that sounds like they're like older, but not too old, blah, 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 blah. But the Japanese had a much deeper voice. So for some viewers, like it's perceived to be more of a father figure, even though they call each other bro. But, you know, we want to lean into like the playful aspect of their relationship, blah, blah, blah. You never know, you know, you just never know. You never know. And if it's a word choice, like why the fuck did that bitch Melisande put the word sus in my anime? It's funny. In that case, which was like, that was with the big crash, that was over, because actually in both the Japanese and the English versions of Nagatoro, she calls Senpai sus. And I don't think it's in the manga, but it's in the anime, even the Japanese version. And that came down to translation, and it was in the translation, which means the script that was sent to me said sus, which means that it was approved by the Japanese client that sus was fine, because that gets approved by Japan. And it got to me, and people were like, I can't believe Melisande put sus in the anime. And I'm like, no, there's a distinction. I kept sus in the anime. It was already in the script. I just didn't take it out. Although I did fake them out. It was supposed to be in episode 2 and it literally didn't fit. Like the mouth moved too many times. Literally. The mouth moved too many times, so I couldn't use it. So there was a big fake out from episode 2 to episode 3 where she says creepy instead or something. And so for 1 week, Twitter was like, they got rid of sus, they took it out. And a ton of people were like, thank God they got rid of it. And a bunch of other people were like, cowards, you should have left it in, for 1 week. And then episode 3 came out and I put it in a different place where I had not enough time and I only had like one mouth flap, one open mouth to work with. So I'm like, oh, I took sus out of episode 2. I'll put it back here in episode 3 because it helps me solve this line. It was like literally the opposite. Like she says creepy, but there was only one open mouth. So I'm like, well, I need to do one word. I'll do sus. So for 1 week, everyone's like, they took it out. And then episode 3, they're like, wait, it's back in. It was very funny to see that fake out play out in real time on Twitter. But then there were some stupid ones, like there was an episode where I think Sakura calls someone like a Chad type. They used the term Chad and the internet lost their minds. And I wrote to the client, because people think that like these writers in English are just out here making all their own decisions. And like, sure, some studios probably have more leeway, but all the studios I've written for, we have to get approval. Which means by the time someone's out there going like, I can't believe they put sus in my anime, it's literally been signed off on by Japan. Like, we're not out here like fucking like Rogue One, like pulling like Black Ops missions into like secret anime territory, making shit up, you know? Like it literally all goes through approval. So, we had like Chad type or whatever. And I hate that. I don't like using too much internet slang. Sus was fine because people say sus anyway. Like genuinely, people say sus anyway. It's been a thing. I don't love too much internet slang. Like I don't want to work poggers into my anime, which I think one anime did once. I don't like that because I want shit to be timeless. If you come back like 5 years later and you watch the anime, I don't want you to have to like Google what the jokes are. That's stupid. I want it to be timeless. I want you to be able to appreciate it no matter what. Which might mean that a joke I write is a little safer or a little cornier, you know, than getting that immediate like, oh my fucking God laugh that you'd get if like there's a 6-7 joke out of nowhere, right? But on the bright side, I think you can watch it whenever and you're gonna be fine for the most part. So I didn't like Chad. I'm with Edwin Poggers is timeless. Okay. I stand corrected. I got told to leave it in. So I had to leave chat in. And I do my job because I want to get rehired. But the next week, they said Giga Chad. And here was where it got funny. They said Giga Chad. I wrote the studio. And I said, we can't do this. I don't want to do this. And they said, fine. So I wrote it out. But the Japanese episode hit. And the translation said Giga Chad. And everyone knew me as the writer because I announced it. And they all thought I was the translator because they don't have reading comprehension skills. Someone literally responded to a tweet I made saying, I am not the translator, saying your job is just to translate. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna throw you off a mountain. You literally replied to the tweet, misunderstanding the tweet you're replying to. So the Japanese episode aired, and the translation said Giga Chad, and they went ding, 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 and they saw me with the, having announced that I was writing it, and everyone came at me over it. And I'm sitting here with like 600 people retweeting me, giving me ass on the internet. Giving me shit on the internet. And I'd literally already written it out of the episode, which means by the time the English episode aired, it didn't have it in. I took it out, and I'm catching strays because it's in the translation. It was a very fun time. And here's the thing. It was like 600 people. By the way, just to give you a sense of scale, it was like 600 people retweeting me. Some of this stuff, like what Damon is dealing with in JoJo, is like thousands of people. Thousands and thousands of people. So like I've gotten shit on the internet, but I have not seen anything remotely like what some of my peers have had. I've been very lucky. I can't imagine what it feels like. And by the way, can I give you like a wholesome, like a wholesome spin? Can we take a turn real quick so I can say something that I think is a little important? Because you guys know that I'm real here, and I tend to try to like be grounded and tell you my honest feelings about things. And I tend to have a very even-keeled approach to a lot of things, even though I get hyperbolic. And I bitch about things like video games. Like when I think about like these kinds of situations, I try to take like a very balanced approach to it. This is why sometimes, and you may have seen me do it a couple of times on Twitter. I did it once most recently for that Marvel Rivals tournament. I asked questions about the situation with that Marvel Rivals player in the paid tournament that was like getting attacked by some of the women on his team. And a bunch of people came in and like gave me their perspectives on it. But I like came in like not immediately jumping on the bandwagon and instead asking questions. Because like sometimes I feel like we are very quick, and sometimes rightfully so, but sometimes we're very quick to judge a situation and how someone responds to it, when we can't possibly comprehend how it feels to be in their situation, especially if it goes viral. Spicule, welcome to my channel. Thank you so much for stopping by. I am a new player. We kind of got caught in a conversation, but yeah, I'm going through it for the first time. And in the tournament situation, I think a lot of information came out that like made it seem like this guy was really being treated unfairly. But like, here's an example. There have been plenty of situations where someone gets attacked on the internet, and then they like, people are criticizing the way they reply. People are attacking, like if they apologize, people are suddenly like, no, fuck you, it's insincere. If they don't apologize, they're like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? They just need to apologize. Like nothing they can do is right. You know? Think of like the OnlyFans pirate software situation, where like he had that really bad dungeon where like he took off to get out of there because they wanted to run, but then there was confusion where like people wanted to stop and fight, and he decided to book it, and some people stayed and fought, and some people died, and it became a big situation. Here's the thing. People are like, oh, he was so stubborn. Oh, he doubled down. Oh, he tripled down. He was so arrogant about it. And I'm sitting here like, maybe. I don't know him personally. And you can have your own opinion about it, but here's what I don't know what it feels like. I don't know what it feels like to have hundreds of thousands of people attacking you on the internet. I don't know what it feels like to have hundreds of massive content creators farming you out to their YouTube channels with tens to hundreds of thousands of viewers. And to have your inboxes and your chat and your Discord and your email potentially getting blown up by people ridiculing you, cursing you out, threatening you. I don't know what that feels like. And I hope I never know what that feels like. And so I'm not saying that what any one person did was right or wrong. I'm not passing judgment on it. But what I can say is I don't know how I would act in that situation. You know? I'm a pretty stubborn person. I'm a very opinionated person. So if I got into that situation and I felt like, because this is what it might feel like, the entire world is attacking me right now, I might dig my heels in and be like, you know what? Fuck all of you. Fuck you guys. You know, like Inner Brooklyn might come out and I might swing back. And then there might be so much content of like, Melisande doubles down. She's so fucking arrogant. Why can't she just, I don't know. Maybe I would handle it better, but I'm always a little sympathetic. I try to be a little sympathetic just because I have no idea what it feels like to be in that situation, you know? And so that's what I would always caution in situations like that, is to like, no matter where you end up landing, just move slowly. Just listen and watch a little bit and just make sure you fully get the situation. Don't rush to conclusions. You know, unless there's a video of someone throwing a kitten off a bridge, then fuck that guy, you know? But in general, like, just give people a little bit of grace while the information comes out. Because, like I said, I don't know. None of us probably know what it would feel like to be in that situation and have what feels like the entire world taking swings at you. And I hope none of us ever feel that way. Like, I hope none of us are ever in that situation. Me as the content creator on Twitter, I'm much more likely to end up in that situation someday than many of you. I also hope I never end up in that situation. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's go kill some things. I don't know, just the summary is like, yeah, just the drama culture and like the way we turn that drama into content and farm that content. You know, like it's been like a year and a half and people are still making pirate software videos where they're like AIing his face to look like he's crying. And I'm like, guys, this is old. This is done. I know that you gotta like pay your bills and shit, but like Jesus Christ, there's gotta be another topic we can talk about. I don't know. It's a very interesting world we're living in right now where people farm actual other people for content. Yeah, Corinna got a lot of it. Well, and here's the thing, Corinna's a fighter. I know Corinna. I think Corinna's great. Corinna's a fighter. And so that's what I wonder sometimes, because Corinna is someone who will swing back. And then she becomes a target, or they become a target. Sorry, they become a target for a lot of people. You know, so your behavior in those situations, it's really hard to see, to determine how people are gonna respond, you know? Sometimes if you apologize too quickly, then people think they can get away with anything. Sometimes if you swing back too quickly, you put an even bigger target. It almost feels like, it's so hard to know what to do. I imagine it's impossible to know what to do in a situation like that. Sometimes the best thing is to just fucking duck and run. And I've seen some other people, I've known some other people who have gotten into like misunderstandings or controversies that have felt like misunderstandings, where like they just don't engage. They just fucking cut and run and wait for people to get distracted by some other shiny thing on the internet, you know? Hey, Bearman, what's happening? Welcome to my channel. We are talking when we're supposed to be playing, but I'm glad you're here. By the way, I just want to quickly address the question that was asked to me by Acnologia. What was your thinking mindset for figuring out Demaria Yesta voice? It's kind of just me. I kind of feel like my fairy tale character, Demaria, is kind of just me, but serious, occasionally a little sassy. I feel similarly about Catalyst. It's very close to home, so it's an easier voice. Like, Catella is a gremlin. I could talk about that all day, but we can do that another day. But a lot of, some characters are closer to home. So Demaria is just me, but she's serious. You know? She's definitely one of the more like right in the center of my chest, you know? I didn't have to do very much to become Demaria, I feel like. I had to giggle a little less, I guess. I had to giggle a bit less. And smolder a bit more. I don't know. Can I tell you something? Can I be vulnerable for a second? Listen, look, this is not like a red flag. Like, I'm not hiding some deep dark secret, anything. I fucking promise you guys. But I do think a lot. Probably more than I should. I spend a lot of nights like staring up at the ceiling, my mind racing a million miles a minute, not going to sleep just because I've got too much on my mind. So I think about that stuff, you know? Like, I think a lot. I spend a lot of time thinking about like, what would I do in a situation like that? Like, if/when, I don't know. Sometimes it's a matter of time. The internet is a freaky place. You know, if I went through a moment where like everyone was coming at me for something, how would I respond to that? I don't know. I'm honestly worried. People are gonna go back and clip this later and be like, see, she's always been terrible. Like, I genuinely feel like I am a stubborn, opinionated person. There is a not zero chance that if I ended up in a situation like, say, the pirate software situation, I might dig my heels in and triple down. If I felt like that many people were coming at me, there's a very realistic chance, knowing myself, that I would dig in. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you. Because I'd feel like I was under attack and I'd get defensive about it. Because you feel vulnerable, so you swing back instead to cover yourself, you know? I think about shit like that, you know? I think about like, would I handle it well or would I make an ass of myself? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, honestly. I hope I would handle it well, but I'm also a very opinionated, fucking outspoken person who curses a lot, you know? I am the voice of Catalyst, Apex Legends. It's one of the coolest things I've gotten to do. I'm actually recording again in a couple of weeks, believe it or not. We record Apex every 3 months, so I'm due pretty soon for more content. I'm very excited. We like recording for that game. Thank you. I'm trying to pitch them. I'm trying to pitch them so hard. I want them to make a skin of me someday. I'm like, you guys did Doki. Come on, do Cattle. Do Melazand. Do Melazand. Who knows, you know? We can dream. We can dream.
I think it's healthy to have an outlet to express things, and even doing so while playing video to your audience to discuss things like empathy and rational approaches to complex situations is actually pretty fucking cool, in the grand scheme of things. This was an amazing stream of consciousness to listen to.
Oh, thank you. That's really nice. Let me read that again, actually. It's healthy to have an outlet to express things, and even doing so while playing video games to your audience to discuss things like empathy and rational approaches to complex situations. It's actually pretty fucking cool in the grand scheme of things. I'm really glad that you like that. I'm being honest with you guys about how I feel about things. I think about a lot of that stuff, you know? And I always try to be careful. Like, you know, I'm always straddling that. Like, sometimes I'm like, I just say what I feel, you know, I don't waffle. And other times I try to be like super diplomatic because like, I also like, I don't think of myself as like a centrist. You know, I'm not like, you know, I'm not that person who's out there when like, you know, blatant like bigotry is happening. I'm not like that guy going like, well, you know, there's two sides to every story. But in some cases, like, you just don't know enough, especially when it comes to like content creator related drama and stuff like that. And I spend time thinking about that. Like, the reason I posted about the creator tournaments for Rivals, and this was the kind of like the crux of my post, I was like, okay, let me turn the mirror on myself. And I'm like, okay, look, I don't remember what was the name, like, I don't remember their names. The Widow, not the Black Widow player. I'm like, I don't know this person. I don't think they were one of the people like outwardly attacking Cece. I don't think Cece was outwardly attacking the guy. I think it was a lot of her teammates. But she was also like not switching, and so there was a big conversation about that. And I remember like putting myself in her shoes, and I'm like, okay. In Overwatch, I am a Brigitte one-trick. I once in a while, I might switch to Ana or I might switch to Mercy, but 99.97% of the time, I only play Brigitte. And I've been in situations in like low stakes matches. I don't play comp. I've played comp once or twice, but I've been in like 1 or 2 low stakes situations where I'm like, people are like, you really need to switch to Moira or something. And I'm like, no, I'm staying on Brigitte. Well, why? You need to switch. And I'm like, well, no, because I don't know how to play that character. And I don't care how easy you say it is. Whatever. I can probably do Mercy. Mercy's pretty easy. But like, you know, like I know I'm not going to give you the same value. Here's an example. If they're like, switch to DPS. I know I'm not going to give you the same value. So we're probably going to lose even worse. I'm just going to feed if I play something else I'm not good at. I'm playing the character I can provide the best value at. That's the only one I play. And here's the other thing. If I start sucking, I know I suck. I know I suck. So I'm feeling bad about myself. I'm like beating myself up quietly while I'm playing. Like I'm sitting there like, fuck, I missed the heal. Fuck, I got there too late. Fuck, I didn't wait for my team. Fuck, I'm fucking this up, man. And so then having people attack me at the same time is not really helping accomplish anything because I'm like, no, I know I suck. Like, I know I'm doing bad. Like, I already feel like shit right now. You know? So, like, that would be a situation as well, right? Hey, what's up, Joker? Right? So, like, I don't know what's going on in her internal dialogue. And there's also a chance if she's not good at other things, I'm like, then switching might not accomplish anything. You might still lose, and I guess you'd lose knowing that like she was willing to acquiesce and meet them halfway, you know, or whatever. And then I'm thinking about like, okay, but when they also joined the tournament, it was supposed to be just for fun, not for money. And so I'm like trying to find the root of the problem. And what I narrowed down on was, then halfway in, they were like, actually, it's going to be for a prize pool. And then we had a moment where like, okay, so the guy was like, I actually could really use that prize pool. Can we try really hard? And everyone else was like, we don't really want to sweat too much. Like, we're kind of here to have fun. Right there. That was the moment that they should have split the team, spoken to the organizers, gotten on different teams, like just get with people that are more lined up with you. Like that was the moment that was missed to fix that. And then there were a bunch of people that were dicks about it, you know, and like that's pretty objective. You can hear the recordings, but I was really slow to make a decision about that situation because I saw myself in it so much. I'm like, I don't know what I would do if I was in a situation playing the character that is the only one I play, that I'm usually good at. I'm playing poorly. I know I'm playing poorly. You don't need to tell me I'm playing poorly. I know I'm playing poorly. And I know if I switch, we're going to do worse. And then there's a couple of moments in there too where like he offered to switch, but they said no. That was another moment people should have jumped in on and been like, you know what? That's a good idea. Why don't you take it? Right? Those are moments that they could have found a compromise. But yeah, I don't know. I got so nervous because I'm like, what would I be like? I don't know, man. I'd probably be like muting to cry. That's what I would be doing. I would be like muting to cry. if I were in that situation, feeling like the one thing I was good at, I was being awful at. I would feel so fucking terrible, you guys. I don't know. Anyway. And then you get into, like, there's challenges. I think a lot of the what I'm about to say, I think a lot of the challenges happen at higher levels, so it would happen in a tournament like that. But there's definitely two philosophies to games like that, because a lot of those games revolve around, like, comp, counter comp, like, sort of like playing rock, paper, scissors with each other, with your comps. And so there are a lot of people that will look at those kinds of games and be like, no, the point of the game is you have to understand multiple types of classes, multiple types of characters, because, like, the way you beat other teams, I mean, objectively speaking, is you switch out characters. You counter their comp with your comp and you, like, outplay them. And there's a problem with those games because they're hero games with really, really evocative, inspiring, cool, exciting, flashy characters with cool voices. And that means they're going to attract a main mentality too. And there will be, I'm one of them, there will be a subset of the players that will only play one character. They will pick their main, that's my favorite, and until they get replaced by another permanent main, at which point they retire the old character completely, they're only gonna play that one. Because there's enough special shiny things about each character that they're like, no, that one's mine. And those are, like, two completely, like, what's the term? I don't know the term. It's an impasse. Those are two completely, like, irreconcilable. That's the word I'm thinking of. Irreconcilable mindsets to bring to that kind of game. And fortunately, that usually only becomes a problem in competitive, like, because usually the person that's like, I only play, you know, May because I identify with her, they're probably not signing up for tournaments like 80% of the time anyway. But it's usually when you run into comp and tournaments and stuff like that that you'll see players clash in moments like that, where it's like, oh, you just have completely irreconcilable differences in, like, the way you approach this game. I feel like people need to embrace the FGC mentality. You can be a one trick, you can opt to flex, neither approach is wrong, but you have to own your decision and accept where you end up as a result. Yeah, I think that's really fair. I think that's fair. And in that case, yeah, honestly, they just shouldn't have been on a team once money was introduced. Because they formed a team not thinking they were getting anything from it. So the moment that they realized they had very different goals once the prize pool was introduced, man, they should have split. And it sucks that they didn't. And it sucks that, you know, then a bunch of the teammates were dicks about it, because that's also a problem. I'm not trying to like forgive and be like, oh, it was just a formatting. Like, no, the people that were dicks were dicks. But it also sucks that they didn't have the foresight to, like, split the team at the earliest possible convenience, you know? Yeah, and I struggle with that, you know? I'm very much a one trick in games like that. I find a character I love, and that's the only one I want to play. You know, I played Sue for like 3 seconds in Rivals. I don't play Rivals a lot, but then I was like, nope, it's just Ultron. And then occasionally I'll switch to Hawkeye because I like bows. Weirdly enough, I don't play Hanzo. But then, you know, I'll occasionally switch to Hawkeye. But like 90% of the time, I'm like, no, I'm just going to Ultron. I'm fine with Ultron. And Ultron doesn't even feel perfect, so it's kind of like Ultron until such a time as I find a better fit. Like, I was Ana until such a time as I found a better fit. And then when Brigitte came out, I was like, oh, I'm fully content here. I wonder, though, I haven't been in lately. I kind of wonder if I'd be good at, what's her name? The Italian, Vendetta. I kind of feel like I might enjoy Vendetta because I've wanted Melee. So now that Vendetta's in the game, like, that would be my compromise. Like, I might learn Vendetta so that if Brigitte is not needed, I can be like, oh, I can switch DPS if I can go Vendetta. I don't know if I'll like her or not, though. I haven't tried her. But, like, that was the one that was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'd be good at Vendetta. I like Melee in games like that. And that comes from Team Fortress 2, because I was like a diehard demo knight in Team Fortress 2. I ran around taking heads all day. I did voice Zirofuku in Record of Ragnarok. That was me. That was me. That was the hardest session I have ever done. You watched those episodes, right? That was the hardest thing I've ever done, was Zirofuku. The hardest thing I've ever done so far. Oh yeah, every line was screaming at the top of my lungs, dude. It was so ran me fucking raw. That tore my throat to shreds. And I'll say this, thank God the director was amazing. We did a really good job of protecting me. Sometimes you're like up against we have to get this done, we only have an hour, and so you're like rushing and it ends up like hurting you worse. That director like overbooked us on time. We had so much extra time. So we could like measure 4 times and cut once. Ultra Reactive, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me. That means a lot. The director was Mike Schneider, who is also a voice actor. He is Quad Bonus, I think, on Twitter. The director was super cool. So like every line, because we knew it was going to be insane, he like overbooked the hell out of me. We had like a whole extra hour we didn't need. And every single line, we'd be like, okay, let's find the timing first. So I'd like mouth out the line, make sure I've got the timing right. And then I would like figure out a melody. So we'd do the second take and I'd like figure out exactly how I want to say this quietly. Like I'm not committing. I want to say this exactly like this. And then I drive this home. And then we would mark it. So I'd try to do both, like a little louder. I'd be like, all right, we're gonna do like a fake take. Like, all right, now I'm saying this line. I'm still mostly soft, just like soft voice. And after like 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4 attempts, I'd be like, Mike, I'm ready. And then we'd come in for the real take and I'd try to fucking nail it in 1 so that I could save myself because we had like 20 more of these to get through. And God bless him for giving me the time to like neurotically, obsessively line up each one of those shots so we wouldn't have to do multiple takes. It's like the most practice I've ever done before every single line to make sure we could protect me. Oh, this was a good chat. Thank you guys for letting me just air my feelings about stuff really briefly. I have strong feelings about that stuff, and I don't know, I just want people to be cool to each other. Not to sound too much like what's her name from Fallout, but I don't know, I'm a real golden rules believer. I'm a real golden rule believer. I just want people to treat each other the way they want to be treated.
The tournament was if it stayed just for fun it would have been fine, but if it had been said it was for money from the start, then I doubt he would have been on that team in the first place.
Yeah, no, exactly. Or even the same team might have come in with a different mindset. You never know, they might have been from the start, okay, we're gonna try, we're gonna sweat. Agree. Yeah, and I just want people to treat each other right, you know? It's one of the things my dad used to say. Sorry. One of the things my dad used to say that I loved, and it was just such a simple way of saying this, and I realized, okay. Kayfabe off for a second. Not that I do very much of it to begin with, but taking off the vampire hat for a second, something my dad used to say that I really liked, and it was such a simple way of putting it, was he'd be like, can we just be human beings? Can we just talk to each other like humans? Was his way of being all right, cut the bullshit, cut the politics, cut the fucking grandstanding, cut the party line, cut the whatever the HR manual says, we're 2 people. We just be people, we're just talking to each other as people. 2 people on this rock, and can we figure this out together as 2 people on this fucking rock with mutual respect for each other? And he used to be like, yeah, can we just talk like human beings? I always liked that. I thought that was a really cool way of talking about it, of putting it. I feel like I adopted a lot of that from him. I'm like, I just want people to like fucking be real with each other. Have a good night. Orange, you just got here. I just saw your hello. Hello, how are you? I hope you're having a great night. Tell me, adventurer. Adventurer. Man, it is hard to roll your R at the end of a sentence. Is our old nemesis dead? I did. I got his necklace, which totally means he's dead. 'Tis a fine necklace and befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear. It belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredient you seek. He's purring the whole time. Being real, I think that kind of vulnerability is hard. But people are honestly in a place where they want to find a way to express it healthily. And the people who matter are the ones who are making genuine efforts to do that. Yeah. And like the closest friends I've made in this space so far are the ones that are just real. I say real, are just real with me. You know? And I meet people sometimes where like, you know, they seem nice, but they're like, there's like a little bit of a character there.
Well, look at you.
I'm not
You
feeling
suck.
like and sometimes you get past that. Cause like, listen, people come from different places. We all have our own damage. You never know what someone's dealing with. They might be a little guarded because, you know, they've had bad experiences before. So I don't begrudge someone a first experience, but I've met people like that where I've been like, yeah, they were nice. They kind of felt like they were a little rehearsed, like they were putting on a show a little bit. I didn't feel like I met them, and I hope I get to at some point. I've never been like, you know, despite growing up and studying acting my whole life, I've never been like a theater kid, like the cliche. Like I've never been like on and performing all the time for people. And so like, and I think it's because my dad worked in professional theater his whole life. So I grew up like wandering around on stages and talking to technicians and electricians and producers and sometimes famous actors who just happened to be there for rehearsals who I didn't know who they were. And like, it was a story my mom would tell me later and I'd be like, huh? I don't remember. So I think a lot of it was like a little demystified for me, which has done a couple of good favors for me. I don't really get starstruck by anyone, not since The Beast at the Beauty and the Beast musical that I told you about 2 days ago. I don't really get starstruck, which has kind of made it really easy to network like and make friends in this community because, you know, I don't really get fazed by like how big a platform someone has. I acknowledge it, like I'm not blind, but you know, but they're just a person. And I just want to get to know the person. And then the funny side effect of that is like I've always been more at home with like the techies. I remember going to a Halloween party once, like really early on when I was in Dallas, trying to like break my way into Funimation and start building an acting career. I was invited to a Halloween party and everyone was so lively. Like everyone was like putting on shows and performing for each other. And there's a whole group's like around a piano because one guy can play piano and they're all singing show tunes and I'm feeling awkward. And I finally ran into these two people, this couple, and they're just like, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you. What's up? And I'm like, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you too. I'm Mel. What's happening? Yeah, I haven't seen her anywhere. But yeah, I just moved from New York a couple of weeks ago, or you know, a couple of months ago. Oh, it's nice to meet you too. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm having fun. And we're talking for a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, this is great. Okay, I found my conversation. We're getting along. And I'm like, what do you guys do? Are you also voice actors at Funimation? And they're like, oh no, I work in the DVD department. I do graphics for the DVDs that we release. And the other person's like, yeah, and I do quality control for something. And I'm like, you're techies. That's why we're getting along so well right now. You're just you're the fucking techies, and you're grounded and you're real and you're down to earth and you're fucking great and I love you. Like, you're the first person. And by the way, for full disclosure, especially if any of my acting friends pop into chat, I've met plenty of people since then that I've become close friends with, and a lot of it was probably my own nerves. But like, yeah, I've always very quickly, it's been easier. I won't say only. It's been easier for me to become friends with the techies in any given theater situation. I'm always slower to warm up to the other actors. And I eventually get there. I'm shy. I'm an introvert. But the techies, man, right off the bat, they're fucking real as fuck. And they're great. Hey, Myth Nerd, what's happening? It's because I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd! A shame we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point dwelling on what cannot be. You have Welwick Worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but Welwick worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on the smaller creatures of Sagalili. The smaller creatures? Like me? A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There's an area. Just go out. You're a gnome. You'll be fine. Just go out there. You're a Lalafell. There's an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it on your map along with the location where Welwick worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, their blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, I will devour you as well. It will devour you as well. Myth Nerd, by the way, welcome to my channel. I'm glad you're here. I hope you have fun here. Thanks so much for stopping in. How did I get into voice acting? I went to theater. I went to school for theater. Like my whole life. Like I said, I grew up, you know, playing on stages. I was in plays my whole childhood. I went to a summer camp where I got to do plays and do musicals. I did plays and musicals all throughout high school. I got in early decision to a college where I studied theater and I majored in theater. And then, because I was always obsessed with video games and anime and cartoons, I went to Otakon. I went to an anime convention. I didn't even choose to go originally. My friends, kind of like with WeebCon this weekend, if I end up flying out to Dallas this weekend, and unfortunately having to take a small hiatus for the weekend, my friends talked me into going to Otakon. They're like, you like anime? Why have you never been to an anime convention? Girl, come with us. And I went to panels, not because I wanted to get into voice acting, not even because I cared who the voices were. It was like, oh, it's a panel on Power Rangers. And I'm like, I like Power Rangers. And so I went. I didn't know any of the people that were gonna be there. I wasn't a fan of any voice actors. And then they did this whole panel talking about voice acting. And I was like, wait, you can do that? I know it's so stupid to say now, because like, I feel like, especially with things like Critical Role and stuff like that, like people know voice actors more now than they used to. I was like, wait, you can do that? I cannot express how quickly and passionately I grabbed the steering wheel of my career and wrenched it hard left towards anime and video games. I would still consider doing a play someday. I would still consider doing television someday, because I was studying screen acting, like television as well. But I cannot tell you how quickly I was like, nope, we're doing video games. I'm doing voiceover. And I drop kicked my career towards voiceover the moment I discovered it. Before COVID, I used to go to cons all the time just to go to the VA panels. Yeah, if I'm at WeebCon this weekend, a lot of my friends have panels there. It's actually going to be... So I heard back, they don't have a table for me. They're booked out. But I found a couple of people that said they'd be willing to let me use their table for meet and greets. So I might, like, anyone that happens to be in Dallas at WeebCon, I might set up like a small, like, little gorilla meet and greet. But it's going to be interesting being there. Like, a lot of those people are my friends. A lot of people don't realize how small the voice acting community is. And, like, we all see each other at the same cafes and shit. And, like, we all hang out. So, like, it's going to be weird. I'm sure I'll get over it, but it's going to be weird for, like, half a second to be there and have all of my voice actor friends there as voice actors doing signings. And I'm there, like, with a crew completely full of VTubers. And I've booked conventions. I booked a convention a couple of weeks ago as a voice actor. So, like, I do both, right? But, like, I'm going to be there, like, I'm there with my VTuber manager and Freem and, like, Bricky and a bunch of people in the VTuber sphere. And then I'm going to walk past the voice acting panels and be like, oh, it's my other career. Hi, guys. That's going to be a little strange for half a minute. I'm going to get over it, but for half a second, it's going to be weird. What was my first voice acting role? Oh, God. Oh, God. Do you want to know what I think it was? I think my very first voice acting role was... Oh, this is disgusting. Was a pervy male photographer in Holy Night, the OVA. There's this OVA called Holy Night, which is vaguely like, you know, end of the world, secret chosen people with powers have to rise up and stop it. And then towards the end, it gets like a little explicit. So I don't recommend anyone, like just anyone going after it. Like, it gets a little SAE at the end, and we were all kind of a little surprised, but we were kind of already neck deep in it. And I played like this creepy, horny, like... It was weird. He's like, there were some weird implications. Like he was a bit of a creeper. And I'm in the show for like 3 seconds, but it was like the first role I got offered. So I was like, okay, I'll be your pervert, I guess. What the fuck was his name? I'll show you what he looked like. He looked fun. He looked like, I have a picture of him somewhere. It was, because I used to have, I don't record them anymore. Does that mean I finally made it, Mom? I used to save like pictures in folders of every character I booked because I was like, I got a gig, yay. Where the fuck is this guy? I think I have him in here somewhere. Here he is. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Look at this guy. This is the guy. I voiced that character. Ah! 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 I think I can still do the line because it's one of your first. And let me tell you something, Misfits. You never forget your first. It was like, I'm gonna probably paraphrase, but he's like, he's taking photographs of like a kid, and they're technically 1,000 years old and they're like a fairy, but come on, you know what you're doing. And he's just like this like flamboyant, he's like, oh, beautiful, godly child of earth. Oh, can you do this? And she's like, okay. And he's like, ah. It was just that. It was that for like 25 seconds. And then I took my blood money and I went home and I was like, yay, I got to do voiceover, Mom. I got to do voiceover. How was it? I don't know. I don't know. But I got to do voiceover, Mom. God, it's the beginning of a brand new career. I'm so excited. And the funny thing was, listen, I'm not going to name the studio. You guys can look it up. No shade against the studio because they make a living. But like the studio This was not hentai. This was not hentai. The studio did a lot of hentai. And it was like a studio that was rented, like a second space rented out of like a factory. So when you went in, I feel like this is every voice actor's like origin story. When you went in, you pulled up outside like a nondescript warehouse, like the kind of place that, like the Arrow would have a fight in the CW Arrowverse. And you'd walk through what felt like a bullet factory. Like it was just machines that you've never seen before, doing things you've never seen. Like everything you'd expect from those movies and like that television show, like hanging sheets of plastic you had to walk through that, you know, the blood would splatter up against, I guess. Like hanging chains from the ceiling. Why are they hanging chains from the ceiling? I don't know. And eventually, you'd get through a set of double doors through this weird bullet factory of Arrowverse combat set. And then you end up in a hallway with like a little carpeted hallway. And on the left and right of you is just hentai posters. Which again, I don't have anything against hentai. I've never done any, but I've auditioned for it. So you're like, I'm making this up. I don't know if they did these ones, so don't take me on my word. But you're going back and you're like, wait a minute, Bible Black, wait a minute, La Blue Girl. You're like, wait a minute, this is all fucking hentai. There are tits on the wall. And then you get in there and they're like, hey, it's nice to meet you. You're here for the anime session. And you're like, I don't know if I want to be here for the anime session anymore. And then it was great. Like, it was great. I was working with friends. I knew a lot of people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I worked with Damon up there once at that studio. I think we did stuff, like a bunch of us, like Damon Mills, Ben Balmaceda, Brittany Lauda, myself, Matt Shipman. Like a bunch of us started up there, and that was like one of the local studios. They just happened to make most of their money doing hentai. But like as a new person coming into the scene, it is definitely a little jarring to walk into like a nondescript like murder place, go through a labyrinth of like weird industrial machines, and then a hallway full of anime boobs. And then you get there and they're like, welcome, we're happy you're here. You're like, I gotta go. But it was the start of my career. You know, we all had to start somewhere, and that, for better or worse, is where I started. It was a good time. Honestly, what made it worthwhile was that a lot of my friends were there. You know, like we were all having fun joking together. And that kind of, I think, helped us survive the fact that it was like a slightly off-putting locale to be recording. That's not where I want to be. And now I'm here being an anime girl on the internet. You're goddamn right. Am I multilingual? No. I've worked on enough anime that I've gotten decently good at the pronunciation, and that helps. You know, like it really helps as a skill set, even if you don't speak the language, to at least know how to say Japanese names and words. And I'm decent enough at it. I think the thing I struggle with the most is when you have like two strong vowels on either side of a consonant. What was the name that I was saying in Fate Strange recently? It was like Tobuki or something, or and my American mouth wants to say like Tobaki, and we had to do like I forget the name, but like we had to do like 5 takes where it's like, no, it's Tobuki, and it's first syllable, Tobuki, and like 6 takes later we finally nail it. But like, you know, I understand the fundamentals, which gives you a head start. If you're coming in like, you know, calling everything like, you know, Sakura, you gotta brush up. You gotta brush up, because that's gonna be something that like kind of shows the studios you're working with that like you're here to play. You know, that you understand the assignment. You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? I am. I just came in at the end of the season. I have a small role in Fate Strange Fake, and I'm very grateful that they had me in. Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Melazan. By the way, sorry if my voice is like getting lower and lower throughout the night. I feel like have I been talking a lot tonight compared to normal streams? I feel like I've been talking a lot and I feel it. I feel it in my voice. I feel myself fading. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Wiskat. Worry not, you have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. Yeah, less yelling, just a whole lot of talking. I did, I've been having tea, it's been nice. I actually have lozenges I could get. Sorry, lozenges. I feel like my grandma, I got it from my grandma, used to always say like lozenges. You gotta get some lozenges. And I'm like, lozenges. And then I found out it was lozenges. Lozenges. You should have a lozenges. Helps you with your voice. Helps you with your voice. Ow. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say I know not of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Wiskat's counsel. Did your grandma call it lozenger as well? Have a lozenger. Lozengers? But hold a moment. Since you'll be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I'd like you to deliver to him for me. The captain was always fond of his brandy wine. I should be grateful if you could deliver it on me. Fuck. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company. He would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I owe to his wisdom and generosity. Wiskat has a firm yet fair teacher, an expert molder of men, and I suspect that is still the case now. Please give him my regards, Melisande. I like this guy. How many of the cats roll their R's, or is it just this dude? Aw, man. I like him. He's fun. Oh yeah, there's something I hope you get eventually. A playable character role in Star Rail. Well, that's a heckin' nice thing to say. I hope so too. There haven't been a lot of characters that I have felt like have fallen within my lower voice range. I feel like the closest I've gotten, and I don't mean like I would have gotten it. I mean like, I feel like one of the only auditions I've gotten that I felt like I had half a chance at was Acheron. I hope that there are more. I know there have been a couple of more, like I know that, like Jesus, I would kill to play a character like Arlecchino. But yeah, characters like Arlecchino or I don't play the game, so if I'm mispronouncing the names, I'm sorry. But, you know, characters like Arlecchino or Acheron would be amazing. I mean, shit, if they made Gorgo a playable, but I don't know if Gorgo is still alive, do you? Does anybody? I don't need to be growly, though. I could be smooth. You know? It would be a lot of fun to do a character in that game. She died. Yeah, we gotta get somebody. I hope that we get somebody. Those auditions are few and far between, but I'm crossing my fingers that someday, maybe someday. Here's the thing though, even outside of Star Rail, I just think it would be cool to be a playable in something else. I would love to be a playable in a game that I am good at and like playing. And I don't know if I would like gacha games or not, but like, Catalyst is fun. I suck at Apex. But like, man, if I, like, in addition to that, if I could book a playable character in like, yeah, like for instance, like if I booked, what's a good example? If I became like the voice of even like a Black Desert character or something like that, you know, where like, oh, I can play that character in this game that's a game style that I'm into and it's my voice, like that'd be a dream come true. That would be so much fun. Yeah, fingers crossed, you know. I keep swinging, so I get to read from them once in a while. It's a huge, you know, it's a huge market. There's a ton of competition. I'm grateful to even have a chance to try. I hope one of these days I land one. Hey, they have a voice sample for Zero Fuku. Wait a minute, behind the voice actors has a voice sample for Zero Fuku. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear my record? Some of you have already heard it. You want to hear my record of Ragnarok character? God, I hope this isn't loud. This might be loud. If this is loud, I'll try to turn it down really quickly. What is this? It's making no noise because I muted it. Hang on.
What is this?
Oh, this is when I first appear. You won't get to hear me scream. This is softer. This is like the first thing I say.
You're ignoring me? Humans never change. What a pity. Looks like I'll have to destroy. Crush, dismember, annihilate, slaughter. That's the one! Slaughter! Slaughter you! Everything's wrong. Just like back then. I saved those people. But when all was said and done, they didn't even thank me for my trouble. How unfortunate. I became jealous of someone like him. Damn it, 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 damn it.
Anyway, I'll let you go watch the rest. It was a ride. That is the most vocally stressful role I have ever played so far in my career. It was all just scraping and screaming for the whole fucking run. It was fun though. It was very fun. Well met, Melisande. Landonel and Uda Nun both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? It's also one of the only roles that I booked that I was like scared when I booked it. It was one of those where I'm like, whatever. I just like threw everything at the wall. I did something fucking insane for my audition. And then I got the call the next day or 2 days later, and my agent was like, yeah, you booked the role. And I was like, oh no. Oh, fuck. It's like the only time I felt that way about booking, about getting a job. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. And it was great, though. We had a lot of fun together. And the director's a friend of mine, so we had a good time. Ah, my favorite. I shall have to thank the nun personally. Now you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Aldenard this time to obtain it. Truth be told, I never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. Brayflox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word that there's been some trouble at the Long Stop, and that the delivery, I'm fucking up because I've got a lozenge in my mouth. The delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to Hidden Falls docks and speak to Ozan Nazan. Ozan Nazan. He will direct you to Raincatcher Gully, where Brayflox and her people have made their home. Okay. What are we, was it? Then I've been pronouncing it wrong. Yeah, I never see anyone saying it correctly. I know the right pronunciation because I'm Italian. I understand why someone with English as their first language would pronounce it like that. Is it Arlecchino? That's the way that I say it. Am I wrong? Arlecchino is wrong. How do you say it? Can I get a breakdown? I want to say it right. Arlecchino. I don't speak Italian despite being Italian. Do we not cha our CCs? Am I making that up? Am I full of shit? Or is there a reason that this particular case it's pronounced like a K? Am I fucking up? Maybe I'm fucking up. I'm fascinated. I want to try voice acting, but I never knew how to do it. Well, you gotta start by acting. CCH is always K. Do you say, hold on. Do you say cappuccino? Or fettuccine? Or is it just because the H is there? Only with the H. That is mind-blowing to me because the H would lend an English speaker to say it with a ch. Whereas if it weren't there, like people know how to say cappuccino and fettuccine, but I feel like if it weren't there, people might say like Arlecchino or Arlecchino. So the H makes it sound like you're supposed to do it. It's so fascinating that the H means you shouldn't do it in Italian. Arlecchine. Wait. Arlecchino? Now I don't remember her name anymore. Arlecchino. Arlecchino. Genshin doesn't always pronounce things the way they're technically supposed to be pronounced. Just ask Allegra about the French region pronunciations and she will rant. That's so interesting, Prototype. I appreciate you sharing that. Arlecchino. Interesting. Well, shit. I learned something today. Hey, Chunky, what's happening? Ugh. And Arlecchino sounds great, but I would be lying if I said when I saw that character debut, I wasn't like, oh, wait, where was that audition? But she sounds awesome. I get so sad when I see like an amazing like mommy character appear and like it wasn't in my inbox. If I audition and I don't get it, great. That's fine. Art is hard. It's a tough industry, you know? There's a lot of us swinging. If I didn't even get a chance to try, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Where would I find auditions for those games? A lot of them go through agencies. So you usually have to be with an agency. There are some exceptions, like I know that they're like the studio that does, you can Google it, but the studio that does Zenless has their own roster. And so you can sign up for it with a demo and put your information there. They might have requirements. Like, I don't know if they're, like, some of the independent studios will say, like, really please don't submit if you don't have, like, official published credits and stuff like that. But not all of them. And some studios, yeah, like, there will be, like, their own roster that you can sign up for, and then they'll send you auditions. Knowing nothing of what your voice acting sounds like, so it's not a judgment on you, it's just like a general statement. Obviously, you want to make sure that you are ready. I don't necessarily, I'm not necessarily as dire as some people as to say, like, you only get one chance to make a first impression, like, you know, like scare tactic shit. Like, I think there are some people that have had experiences where they messed up and they weren't ready, and then they come back and they make a career. You know, so it's not always dire, but you do want to think about a little bit the first impression you're making. If you're like, I've never acted before in my life, and I have, you know, an addressable speech impediment that, like, I haven't gone to, like, a speech pathologist about or something like that. You know, like, there's things I can fix that I haven't yet, and I want to voice act. You still can. Like, you could get there. But if you're like, I'm gonna go in and, like, the demo is gonna be, like, recorded in my bedroom, and you can hear the echoes, and, like, you can hear me brush my shirt against the mic, and it's, you know, like, there are definitely ways to make impressions that will stick with you. So yeah, just, you know, make sure you're ready. Take some acting classes if you haven't. Make sure you spend some time practicing. Like, you want to have whether you make it yourself or somebody else, you know, like, make sure you have a demo that's presentable. It doesn't need to be professionally produced. More and more these days, people are making their own, especially since equipment is becoming more and more available. But have something polished that you can show that you feel like represents your best work. I guess I should do more voice training. I don't sound feminine yet. You could send them samples of you doing dudes. Doing dudes. If you are comfortable with that. Not everybody is. And it's okay if you're not. But, you know, there is a career in voicing dudes as well. But I understand wanting to get there. Yeah, I understand wanting to get that worked out first. Totally. The test that I've always said, and, like, it's never perfect, because, like, listen, we're all our worst enemies. You know, like, we're always going to be, like, our own worst critics, unless we're really Delulu. But, something that I think Crispin Freeman, a voice actor in the space, he voices Winston, he voices, Alucard, and a bunch of characters. Crispin Freeman used to always say, an interesting test will be, like, listen to anime and record yourself doing some of those lines and playback, and, like, be really, really, really honest with yourself about if what you're doing sounds like it could be in that show. You know, like could you act opposite Matt Mercer and feel like you belong there? And that's hard. Not everyone's a good self-critic, but that's a great place to get to. And I'm not saying you need to be like an award-winning actor, but, like, you know, like, you don't need to be as brilliant as whoever you're listening to. But, like, from a quality standpoint, from, like, a making, like, competent acting decisions, like, and give yourself some grace. You don't need to be fucking, you know, the God's gift to voice acting. But, like, be really honest with yourself about, like, am I in the ballpark? Like, would I believe me if I heard that voice coming out of the television? And if not, then, you know, you start to develop a skill of, like, figuring out, like, what do I need to work on? And that's really hard. By the way, so much easier said than done. Super hard, but doable. That's, like, the biggest piece of advice I ever get anyone is, like, acquire the ability, work on the ability to judge your own performances. Because sometimes I'll have people message me and they'll be like, hey, I'm auditioning for this thing. Can I send you the audition? And I'll be like, okay, sure. Do you want feedback? What are you looking for? Do you want me to just pat you on the head and tell you that you did a great job? What do you want? And sometimes I get the impression from some people that, like, they don't know if they're good or not. They don't know if it's good. They haven't like developed a barometer. So it's like they're just sending it to me and they're like, I don't know, is this good? I can tell you if I think it's competitive, but the best thing you can do for yourself in your career is figure out how to be able to answer that question yourself. So you know if it's competitive. Because that's the only way you'll know if you're better. If you're able to get better. You know? It's like that, yeah, that's that what is that called? Like knowing incompetence or whatever? What are the stages? It's like the stages of skill are like not like unknowing or ignorant, lack of skill. I'm probably saying them wrong, but like you don't know that you're not good. Then there's like knowledgeable lack of skill. Like you know that there are things you need to work on. And then eventually you become like competently. Is that Dunning-Kruger? Then you become like knowledgeably skilled. Like you know how to be good and you know how to do it. And then like the final stage is being like unknowingly skilled. Like it's just so fucking natural that like it's not even like an effort you're putting in anymore. Or something. And getting to that second stage is like the biggest like gap closing level up you can possibly do in not just voice acting, but just about every career, is developing a sense of what you're not good at. And even just developing a taste for like being able to judge, because you're always going to get better, right? You're never going to be like, I'm done, I'm good. But like developing a taste for if what you're doing is competitive, because then you can figure out what to do to get better. And I have those moments all the time where I'll listen to an actor, I listen up to Travis Willingham do something that I think is brilliant, and I don't know why. I'll start listening back and I'll be like, wait, what did he do? No, he did that thing with his voice. He had like a little quiver in his voice there. How did he do that? That was so good. And then I'll like practice a little bit and I'll be like, can I do that? Can I, and I'll play back and I'm like, how do I do this? How do I do this? It's really good. You know, so you're like, what did he do? Oh, he did that thing. Can I do that thing? I got to practice that thing, you know? And then you level up because you'll hear things that you're like, ooh, that's good. How do I do that too? How do I steal that? How do I get better? And then similarly, you know, you'll record something and be like, nope, that's not competitive. We can do better. And then as long as you don't, you know, pull a me, because I'm an asshole like this sometimes, don't pull a me and then spend like 4 hours obsessing. Don't do that. I'm an idiot. But it comes from a good place of being like, okay, I can tell that there's room for improvement and I want to get there. Yeah, when the incompetent think that they're geniuses and people actually good at things are crippled by self-doubt. Yeah, and sure, there are definitely going to be some people that overly positively appraise their own abilities. But honestly, more often than not, I always think I'm incompetent. Me too, Edwin. High five. But that's what I run into more often than not, is I run into people that don't know if what they're doing is good. And that's something that has to be worked on. And also, here's the other thing, by the way. And this is kind of a non sequitur, but like we are all different. We all have different taste, different things we like. And so you can ask 5 different people to direct you, like in a performance, and all 5 people are gonna have completely different ideas of what you should do. Unless it's like egregious, unless it's like a really obvious thing. And so sometimes, like if someone sends me an audition, the first thing I ask is like, what do you want from me? Do you want me to just hear it because you're proud of it? Do you want me to tell you how I feel about it if I think it's competitive? Do you want me to give you feedback or redirect you? Because sometimes someone might send something and they're just proud of it. So I don't want to then like make them paranoid by being like, you know, I would consider coming back for another take where you blah, 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 like consider the stakes, here's some direction. Because then all I'm doing is making them feel bad. If they just want me to like give them a head pat, and I don't want to make them paranoid by that either. Like if they're just sharing something they're proud of, I'm happy to listen. If they want feedback, I'll put on the directing hat and I'll give them direction. And I'll help guide them, but only if they want that. Because I do the same thing sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, and I've run into this where I'm like, hey, I did this thing. I put a lot of time and effort into it. I'm really proud of it here. Took a lot of effort. And then someone will write back and they'll be like, I would fix this, this, and this. And I'm like, I didn't want feedback. No. And now I'm gonna obsess over it and feel paranoid that it sucks. I'm like, no, I didn't want you to give me notes. I just wanted to show you something I was happy with. Damn it. And other times I do want notes. Other times I want to be coached. What's the hurry, adventurer? Something happened over at the Gabi settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to Raincatcher Gully. We're going to Raincatcher Gully. You coming along? Fuck yes. I feel like that's because those people care more about it. You put more effort into that. You put more effort into it that way, where if you're believing it's always perfect, you put nothing into it. I'm not a VA though, and it's just how I feel about the things I do. And you know what you run into with that a lot? I've talked about this before, but you know when you run into that? There are times when people will talk about like a role I've played. I'll give you an example. I feel this way about Demaria. There are a lot of people that love that character and love that show. It was one of my earliest roles. And I was still like, listen, I studied acting my whole life, but then you know what I did? I took 10 years and I worked retail. You guys know this. A lot of you know this. And I got fucking rusty. I got super fucking rusty. So I was not great when I first jumped back in. And like, that's a beloved character that a lot of people care about. And so I don't want to ruin that for them by being the voice actor that like hems and haws and pisses on a character that they love like it sucks. I don't feel like it sucks. But at the same time, I look back and I'm like, man, I wish I could redo it sometimes because I've come so far. I feel like when I work now, I'm really delivering. And back then, you know, there are a lot of moments that I'm like, ooh, I wish I could have done that better. Ooh, I wish I'd taken another few takes at that one. But a lot of the fans don't hear that. Like, they just like the performance. They like the way I sound. They like the story. And so what that really is it's a really interesting time capsule to look back at that. And like the fact that I have that instinct to be like, ooh, I don't know if I'm happy with that these days. You know what that tells you? That tells you that I've come a long way. Like, I've improved a lot. So that doesn't make that bad. It's fine. It's a time capsule of like where I was as a performer back then. And it's great and people love it. And it's just really telling to be like, wow, the fact that I look back at stuff like that or old auditions and stuff and I'm like, ugh. It just goes to show how far I've come in those years and how much better I am now. And hopefully in like, you know, 5-6 years, I look back at like the stuff I'm doing right now. I look back at Catalyst and I'm like, ugh. Because that'll mean that I'm doing even better work, you know? I'm leveling up even more. I'm skilling up. I'm never gonna feel about Catalyst, but you know, the fact that that impulse is there will mean that I've come a long way and I've leveled up. Psh, shka. What do they think that sounds like? What the fuck? How do you say shka? Oh, is that the gas mask? Wait, that's what he's doing. He's going. Tongue. Is he? This is what are those guys from Mass Effect? The shorties. What are the shorties in Mass Effect? Velos or Volus. This would be the Volus version. Hey, Ashwood.
Tongue flaps of Waistcat be reaching ears of Brayflux. Uplanders come for tasty fresh gobby treats, yes?
Isn't that what they don't? They all sound a little like sinusy.
Like they've got that kind of a sound going on in their voice. Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Flighty beast chased Gobbyflock from Holmes. Gobbyflock needs goody Uplander, give safety to Longstop with much hand lending.
My voice is kind of fucked. I'm gonna have to probably call it in a second. Guys, I'm so happy we played a little bit on Saturday. I'm feeling a little guilty that on our one Final Fantasy day, we did not do a lot of Final Fantasy. We spent a lot of time talking. But I had fun. Is this a dungeon? Is that what this is? No, what is this? It is. Okay, we're gonna end with the dungeon then. That's kind of cool that every time we're getting to the dungeon, and the dungeon kind of like ends the stream. Who do I have here? Do I have 3 capable warriors? I see 1, I see 2, I see 3. Wait, I see 4. Fuck. Which one of you came last night? In the game? As into my dungeon. Not on the RP server. Okay, cool, Graph. I appreciate that. So I will take Antonio, Valia, and Reedwin. Can one of you support? Coming to my dungeon. Coming in my dungeon. I'd like you to come in my dungeon. Would you like to come, Reedwin? Is one of you capable of support? I don't know what the symbols mean, so I have no idea what classes you guys are playing. Green is heals. Squinting at the screen. Okay, yes, I see you. I see you. All right, well, let's fucking do a dungeon. And then we'll wrap up once we're back at, what's her name? Hello, Angel! Wait, why are we here? Are we just investigating what happened? Like we got a message, we don't know what's going on in there? Having been informed of your impending arrival, Brayflox quickly explains a large flying beast has driven the goblins from their lands. That's what they said. I was too focused on doing the voice. I wasn't reading. If you wish to obtain the final ingredient, you must first help the goblins reclaim their territory. Okay. She. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Time to kick names and take ass. Oh, this is fun. Oh, okay. Brayflox is Longstop. Strange music. I need to adjust my my little banner, don't I? All right, what abilities do I have access to? I have the heal, I have overpower, but I don't have Storm's Eye or Mithril Tempest. I don't have either. I don't know if I have my beast skills or not, and I don't have Infuriate. All right. Doing a quick ready check. We ready for me to start being stupid? Let's fucking go. I'm gonna be dumb. I'm being dumb. I'm causing problems. You are a little squishy as a tank in this game, aren't you? And while I'm pulling, I'm not using my heal abilities. Sorry, I made friends. I apologize. I made friends, I made friends. I saw something over there I wanted to click on, so forgive me. I want to know what this is. What is the run, stop, head? Wait, is this where we came in? Am I stupid? What is this? Oh, there is something here. What is this? It's all dinosaurs. Why is it oops all dinosaurs? Oh, it was a boss. Does this constitute a pelican? I have not been using my my damage buff. I'm sorry. Terrible player. Yippee! Wait a minute, I'm confused. Hold on. Hey team, there's a door here. Where were you guys going? I'm so confused. Were you going to the side area and I thought you were going to the main area? So I led us toward the main area when you were going to the side area? Was I just completely turned around? I see. Okay. I was like, wait, no, let's not go there yet. There's a side room. The side room was the main room, guys. Oops. All right, anyway. I'm kind of getting my feet wet. So if I kind of do anything that you're not prepared for, Reedwin, let me know. I am experimenting. So I was talking to Zuffins about this today and how I'm just finally starting to feel like I'm coming into my own a little bit. I've been a little confused, a little frustrated. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Why are these purple? I've been a little confused, a little frustrated, a little like, why doesn't it work like this? Why doesn't it do that? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm starting to feel more confident. I'm starting to like, I don't know, I'm like stretching my legs. I'm like working in a new outfit, you know, I'm like working in a new pair of sneakers, right? And so I'm starting to test the waters. Like, let me pull a few extra groups. Let me move a little faster. Let me be a little bit more aggressive and confident, right? Thanks. Oh wait, nope, that's you. You're red. I gotta change your color from red. And so for the first time, like the past couple of times we've done dungeons, like especially like 2 days ago and today, I'm starting to feel like a tank again. I'm starting to feel a little bit like a tank again. You know, like I'm, and you guys, having never seen me do this before, like I'm sure you're noticing me probably start doing little things here and there that are like, okay, she may know a little bit of what she's doing. Like she's getting comfortable. She's getting a little comfortable. And it feels good. It feels really good to be like, okay, no, I'm remembering how this works just a little bit, you know? We good to go? Let's do this. You all in? We're all in. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. If it decides to follow me. Come on. Come on. What the fuck? Wow, not wanting to aggro, Jesus. Bad news, I don't remember what my taunt button is. Wait, fuck, what's my taunt button? Wait, no, I think I know. Come here. Come here. Hey, hey! Jesus Christ. No, it's up there on the right. Okay, interesting. Fun. Goblin pulls more aggro than you in this fight. It's how the fight goes. That was exciting. I was like, wait, please, 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 please. It's a really nice touch in this game that you can see the lines of what changes together. Okay, is that not something that I need to tank? That's good to know. And then when it swaps, it's kind of just like a tank swap then. Like the other one runs for Bray and I just focus on the one that I can get. There's a lot of places we can go. I'm gonna follow you guys. What makes sense? Stuff over here. I fucked up my rotation, damn it. I don't know what that does. I don't want to know. Okay, that's a boundary. Can we go this way? We can go this way. What's this way? Is there anything up there we care about? Fun room? Do we need to go back there or is that later? I like the area, by the way. This is really pretty. It's a cool zone. Is there nothing here? Got it, okay. Unless there is there anything here? Nope, just a waste of time. I think, I don't know. Yes, I'm trusting. Fun room, you say? Is that a hippopotamus? What is this? Bring on the fun room. Why are you turning? Why is he turning? Nope, can't interrupt. I'm waiting for it to get fun. I'm waiting for the fun part. Wait, no! Jesus! Why are you invalid? What? Hey! Bro! What? Wait! What the hell, man? Why don't we get to fight you? I wonder if he comes back. Surely we'll never see him again. It's all done. And that was the last we ever saw of him. The gut gate. Okay. Watch this, though. Comet Chaser, get over here! Sorry, I lost one for half a second, and I don't know why. I think it was out of range of my overpower. Left or right? I fucked up my rotation. I've been a little spoiled by Monk. Warrior had a slightly tighter rotation. Death Knight had a very tight rotation when I used to tank as it. I don't know how it's changed since. Monk is just playing whack-a-mole. Like, there are some things that are like, it helps in World of Warcraft, sorry. There are some things that it helps to do, you know, in order. But a lot of the time, you kind of just hit whichever one comes off cooldown. Especially once you get started. The deep jungle coral. Hello, friend. Are you a friend? You're not a friend. Technically never need this area. It's not necessary. Wait, really? Yeah, there's nothing here. Wait, what's the purpose of this guy? Why is he here? And he's the only one like him. What is this? Did this used to be something and then they changed it? Huh. So this is something that they've like super streamlined then. I'm gonna snooze my ads real quick. Just gonna snooze it twice. Okay. Here we go. Is it the dragon? 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 The thing, the dragon, the salamander, the thing. Is it my friend? It is. It's like a wyvern, dragon, wyvern, cockatrice. Very dragon-like, but it's like a baby dragon. I'm just doing my thing. You ready? We're good? We're great. I can't wait. Let's find out what this entails. I picked one. I picked the babiest cooldown, so I wasn't sure if it was gonna work or not. I just took a chance. I'm worried. I'm worried. Okay, sure. Ooh, it's like an acid dragon. I got a cooldown off for that one. It's so interesting seeing such like a big, obvious thing circle your character and be like, oh no, which one do I press? I'm also surprised that they matter. I'm not gonna lie. Like maybe in the later stuff you do. Maybe in the, that was nice. Maybe in the later one you do like the big one that like prevents you from dropping below 1 hit point. But when a lot of these are like 10 or 20%, I'm like, I don't know, is that gonna make a difference? I used to spray poison pools on the ground that would heal itself, so you had to constantly drag the dragon around the room to keep it from healing. Wait, I wish it did that! Man, I would've liked that fight. I want fights like that. That would've been a great learn, because I'd be sitting there like, oh fuck, it just healed, what the hell? And especially doing stuff like that at lower levels gives you a chance to learn that shit, so that you're better at it when it matters, you know? I'd be so down to learn that at this point. But there'll be time. I'm sure we'll get to do stuff like that later, right? Well, that was good. Nice job, everybody. We made that look easy. Yes. Yes. Am I 51? I'm level 51. Look at me. Well, thank you so much, Reed One and Valiant Antonio, for joining me. Appreciate the help in the dungeon. I like that we can get you guys in on these.
Goodly Uplander has thanks of Gobbyflock. Flighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander was goodly head for fighty think.
See, this is why I didn't know what this dungeon was about, because it's all fucking goblin speak. I don't know what the hell I'm being told right now.
Flighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head for fighty think. Brayflock happy gives tasty fresh gobby treats to clever Uplander.
With their mitts.
Cheese is stinky sweet gobby treat. Special make with secret gobby arts. No party complete without gobby gouda, Brayflocks ever say.
Okay, dude. I like the goblins. They're fun. All right, we're gonna go deliver the cheese. I'm gonna teleport, but thank you for joining me, thank you for joining me, thank you for joining me, thank you for joining me! Where to? Back to here. I know, no one's helping me unless I'm helping them first. It's all equivalent exchange. It's honestly not even equivalent exchange. Like, this is not a fair trade. always complain about the simplification of bosses, but little did I know there was a reason. I was the reason for it? Wait, why were you the reason for it? Yeah, no, I would rather we hit them early. Like, I think the entire reason you have dungeons like this, that is such a cool looking sword, is to teach people the mechanics in a lower stakes situation. So I'm so down for a fight where I actually have to move the boss. I hope I get one of those soon. Wait, that's a cool pose. Do I get a pose with my axe at some point? I want an axe pose. It better be good cheese. Wait, did I already know that? C pose? Hold on. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, I did know these. We had done these before. I forgot. Is it only the two? So that's my version of you standing with it in the ground, as I'm just kind of like standing there with the axe over my shoulder. That's kind of cool. It's okay. I think yours is cooler. There's also battle stance. Let's see. Is it B stance? How do you battle stance? Oh, I don't have it? Oh. Okay, fine. If you line up your camera in that pose correctly, you could actually, it could look like your Ahage. Let's see. Sort of. There you go. How do we do? It is kind of. A little bit. Very big. I got big hair. I got big hair for a little Lala. I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem. Have your stinky cheese. By the gods, that unholy stench! Ugh, that is definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. You don't like the smell, but you think it's gonna taste good. I've never understood that. How's it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. They out here making breast milk cheese? I'm worried now. Bravo, Melisande. Thanks to you, our guest shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to the wine port and seek out Shamani Lamani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Shamani Lamani my regards. I feel like we're not remotely done yet, by the way, since we haven't actually fought a Titan. So, guys, I think I'm gonna end it there, if that's okay. We can come back and do more tomorrow if you just want to make it like Final Fantasy week. I'll come back in and we can keep kicking ass. No, wait, tomorrow I think tomorrow I'm playing, I might be playing Space Marine 2 tomorrow. Let me double check. Are we playing Space Marine tomorrow? I'm playing Space Marine 2 tomorrow. For the first time again, not the first time ever, but for the first time back since like the original campaign. Yeah, we're gonna be hanging out with Lore Master Sotek and Aurelia, I believe. Let me get myself in the middle there. And I guess we're gonna explore all the content that has gone missing, that we haven't experienced in the past. When was the last time we played Space Marine 2? Was it like a year ago? It's gonna be our first time in like a year, so which means I have to install it before bed. I gotta install the game and actually make sure it loads and doesn't crash my computer. Guys, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I had a lot of fun, and I really appreciate you being here. We finished the campaign, but they have added a lot of stuff since then, so there's quite a bit for us to explore tomorrow. I don't know how much time people have, but I remember really liking that game. I know they've added a class since then, but I was a sniper, and I fucking loved it. Like, sniping was divine. It was so much fun. It was a little hard. It was actually hard in some cases to land shots when, like, bosses are moving around, so I wasn't, like, amazing at it, but I was okay. I'm excited. I'm curious if they've added new cosmetic stuff, too, because I made myself look like a warrior of corn. I had, like, the corn paint job and, like, the corn decals. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I would try other ones, too. I just really like sniping. But I would be down to try another one, too. Possibly, like, the big dreadnoughty guy could be kind of fun. I'm gonna look at the classes again. Maybe I'll pick a new one. Maybe I'll stick with sniper. I'll decide by tomorrow. It was good hanging out and doing something other than Persona 5. Yeah, thank you for being here with me. I'm a little sleepy now. But it means a lot to me that you guys hang out with me. I thought we had some really good conversations tonight. And my voice is a little rough, but I had a good time. I really did. And if I'm slurring a little bit, it's because I'm tired. But thank you for being here and believing in me and supporting me and continuing to be part of this awesome community. I'm trying to do everything I can here. I love doing this and I want to keep doing it. And I might be gone for a couple of days this weekend if I go to WeebCon. But we'll make the best of the 3 days we have. We'll do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I might be gone from Thursday through Sunday. But I'll let you guys know for sure once I book the plane ticket. Okay? Yeah. Whether you're hanging out in the background enjoying the sound of my voice, or keeping me company in chat, or supporting me with bits, subs, gifteds, whatever, sound alerts. All awesome. But most importantly, thank you for giving me your time. Huh? Hold on. I'm gonna leave the party. What the fuck was that? What was I saying? I'm sorry. I've lost my train of thought. Thank you. Most importantly, thank you for giving me your time. I couldn't do this without you. So I'm so grateful you guys are here. Fucking love you guys. All right. Let's figure out where we're going and I'll drop you guys off. Let's go say hi to... Sayu's playing Arknights. Merryweather's playing Overwatch? Really? Ryoma's playing Apex. Wait, how long have you been up, Ryoma? 6 hours. I'm gonna take us over to Ryoma. We like Ryoma Baronwort. Ryoma Baronwort is a really good friend of mine. He's a sweetheart. He's super nice. He's incredibly talented in Apex Legends. And he is pushing for Masters. So You guys will have fun over there. If you end up going somewhere else, I hope you have a good time. Please just stick around long enough to throw them some love, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. When we get there, oh, by the way, shit, I'm sorry, my brain is scattered. If you've never been here before, if you found me in the directory or on YouTube or Twitter, hi, welcome. My name is Melazand. You can call me Mel. I'm a vampire misfit VTuber, former interdimensional bounty hunter, and professional voice actor, aggressively variety streamer, and all-around menace. If you had fun, throw me a follow before you go. I'd love to see you again. Over on the side, you're welcome to follow me on Twitter as well, at Melazand, where I'll post things like acting announcements if I book a role, or you might see me just like yap about random shit that's on my mind. My Discord link is there too. The Discord community is growing by the day. I think we're like on the cusp of 2,000. Like we hit 2,000 and then it backed off and now it's back, and I don't know, it's gonna waffle for a little bit. It's a really cool community. It's really active. I'm in there sometimes, so you might find yourself yapping with me. Get in there. I'm building an army. I want you to be a part of it. Join the Discord Shorty Squad. All right, we are going to do this when we get there. We are going to do a wow. We're gonna say Ryoma is cute. We are gonna point just once. Yeah, I want to do the third movie. Maybe we can do that Wednesday night or something if my plane isn't too early. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna say, look at that gamer. And we're gonna zoom and say, God damn, he cute. Listen. We love a cute boy. Join me in this. These are your marching orders. Spam the ever-living hell out of this. Get yourself banned by Nightbot. Become ungovernable. And I'm gonna start the raid. Guys, thank you again for being here. You guys are fucking amazing. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Get some rest whenever you do. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to eat like I do. Don't forget your meds if you gotta do that too. Be kind to yourself. And I will see you when I see you. Stay awesome. Good night. Get the fuck out of here. I'll see you soon.